never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US President Joe Biden has told those who think he's not fit to serve another term as president to challenge him at the Democratic Convention in August. The president is trying to address growing concerns within his own party about his mental fitness for the job. Biden has also sent a letter to Democratic lawmakers on Tuesday saying he's firmly committed to staying in the race. And during a phone interview with MSNBC, the president invited challenges from doubters.
I'm getting so frustrated by the elites in the party who they know so much more. But if any of these guys don't think I should run against me, challenge me at the convention.
Meanwhile, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre faced a barrage of questions at Tuesday's briefing about multiple visits by a Parkinson's expert to the White House.
If it's not in the medical report, obviously it's not something that the president is dealing with. Well, I can tell you this. Just going back to Parkinson's for a little bit, so to give you some answers here, has the president been treated for Parkinson's? No. Is he being treated for Parkinson's? No, he's not. Is he taking medication for Parkinson's? No. So those are the things that I can give you full-blown answers on, but I'm not going to confirm a specialist.
NATO allies are pledging continued support for Ukraine as leaders prepare to meet in Washington, D.C. this week. It's the alliance's 75th anniversary summit, starting on Tuesday in the U.S. Capitol. But it comes at a politically fraught time, with Russian attacks on Kiev and election uncertainty unfolding in several western states. FSN's Benji Hire reports.
The expanded 32-nation defence pact is vowing to pour more weapons into Ukraine for another year, yet the big prize, membership, is off the table for now. Instead, senior Biden administration officials say NATO will make other significant announcements, including, quote, new steps to bolster Ukraine's air defences. The US president is hosting an event on Thursday with his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky before holding a press conference to cap the three-day summit. Joe Biden, though, is fending off calls to quit the presidential race against his predecessor Donald Trump, who's in the past threatened to withdraw from NATO unless European countries pay their fair share.
NASA is a step closer to sending the first astronauts to Mars after a crew completed a months-long simulation, as FSN's Sally Patterson reports.
For more than a year, a NASA crew carried out Mars mission operations from the U.S. state of Texas. The 4 volunteers lived and worked inside a 3D printed Mars replica, where they grew vegetables, maintained their equipment and habitat, and operated under what NASA calls additional stresses a Mars crew will experience, all from the city of Houston.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, a unique take on President Joe Biden's predicament. It comes from the only man to have beaten Biden in a primary this year. Jason Palmer was considered a maverick, a venture capitalist who put his name forward for the Democratic Party's nomination in 16 states and territories, arguing that the Democrats urgently needed to pass the leadership torch to a younger generation. He lost to Biden in 15 of those races, but not in American Samoa, far off in the Pacific, where his victory was the first time any sitting president has lost a primary since Jimmy Carter in 1980.
I'm a canary in the coal mine, the fact that I won in American Samoa, but there were other canaries. Biden didn't do the Super Bowl interview, which is an incredible opportunity to speak to the American public. He's done very few, addresses to the nation on the top issues like inflation, the economy, immigration. Now, that's not to say he's not been a great president and a incredible public servant for 50 years, but the writing has been on the wall. He even called himself a transitional president 4 years ago. I just think optimism blinds people sometimes.
Jason Palmer is joining calls for the president to abandon his re-election quest and believes the next 2 weeks will be critical in determining whether the Democrats can find their footing anew in the race against Donald Trump. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, US President Joe Biden has told those who think he's not fit to serve another term as president to challenge him at the Democratic Convention in August. NATO allies are pledging continued support for Ukraine as leaders prepare to meet in Washington, D.C. this week. And NASA is a step closer to sending its first astronauts to Mars after a crew completed a months-long simulation. There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate,
then, what do you say? Ready or not, it's showtime. Showtime, go time. Here we go, closing out the greatest day of the week. All right, if you're hearing the sound of my voice, looks like, in the Eastern time zone, we have survived a Monday. So we'll transition into the 9th day of July, a Tuesday. From time zone to time zone, welcome to Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Now, I do see out of the box some of our listening friends chiming in. Yeah, where is that two-time world champion manure hauler? Hopefully we'll get a full report from the Carolina Monkey Gouger. I saw early in the day, Monday, he was riding out the storm. He was somewhere in Texas. Not exactly sure where he was. But, yeah, several videos he was sharing. The truck was rocking and rolling. He had it parked, obviously, with the sideways rain and all the winds. It was Hurricane Beryl at the time, which is a more or less tropical rainstorm Beryl at this point in time. I think it was about 10 a.m. It was dropped from hurricane down to tropical storm. Continues to lose the wind intensity, but still bringing torrential rains, flood warnings, and portions of Arkansas, Tennessee. Yeah, the heart of the heaviest rain at this hour is right there in central portions of Arkansas, right in around the Little Rock area. Matter of fact, we have seen several tornado warnings here in just the last 30 minutes or so. One of those, let me see, this one's still technically active in central Arkansas. That was defined as a radar-confirmed tornado near Lamont, 11 miles southwest of Pine Bluff, Arkansas. That one will be expiring here in about the next 5 or 10 minutes. And that was followed up by another tornado warning. And this is going to continue to be the trend overnight with these spin-up tornadoes. Let's see, central portions of Arkansas, several counties. This is radar indicated about 9 miles north of Pine Bluff, moving north at 25 miles per hour. So yeah, right there, central Arkansas, you're seeing some of the heaviest of the remaining storm activity and torrential downpours. Well off to the east, batches of showers and thunderstorms. Northeastern Alabama, northwest Georgia, seeing some heavy rains there. Northeast portions of Mississippi, moving into south central Tennessee. Some heavier showers and thunderstorms in the mix. Texas is beginning to dry out. The last of the rain remaining from Beryl impacting northeastern portions of Texas at this hour. Here's the latest. Still millions without power. Over 2 million still without power as of Monday evening. That was down from nearly 3 million earlier in the day. Extended power outages due to Beryl could soon become life-threatening, according to AccuWeather, as the heat kicks in. Temperatures are forecast to top 100 degrees later this week in places like Galveston, Bay City, and Port Lavaca, Texas. This is going to be especially dangerous for people working hard in these hot conditions to clean up after the storm without the option of utilizing the AC. CenterPoint Energy released a statement this past afternoon saying the storm impacted the company's customers, systems, and infrastructure more than they had anticipated, resulting in outages to more than 2.26 million customers. The utility, of course, maintains the systems delivering power to most residents in both Harris and Fort Bend counties, along with several other areas of greater Houston. About 2.8 million Houston area customers rely on CenterPoint, according to the company. A spokesperson says we are mobilizing all available resources as well as mutual assistance from other utility companies to begin the process of quickly, safely restoring power to the customers. We understand how difficult it is to be without power for any amount of time, especially in the heat. We are laser focused on the important, time-sensitive work that lies ahead. Now, CenterPoint said crews had begun clearing away storm debris so they can assess the damage to the system, trying to reroute power on unaffected lines as quickly as possible. Now, after the full extent of the damage is determined, CenterPoint said they'll begin publishing estimates for restoration times. Now, they added they hope to deploy some mobile generation units to provide temporary power to critical facilities, cooling centers, hospitals, first responder locations, senior centers, and schools. 2 more deaths due to Beryl reported this past evening, bringing the total number of fatalities in Texas to 4, according to officials. The latest was a Houston resident who died in a lightning-sparked fire. Lost someone to fire in southeast Houston due to lightning. We believe it is storm-related, according to the mayor in a news conference this past afternoon. He also said a civilian employee at the Houston Police Department died when his vehicle became submerged in flood water driving to work Monday morning. I said the man called the Houston Police Department for help, but ultimately drowned in the flood waters. 2 other people also died after trees fell on top of homes across the Houston area as Beryl roared ashore Monday morning. So ultimately, that brings the number of deaths total related to Beryl, including Mexico and the Caribbean, to 15 fatalities from this storm. At least 11 people as it whipped through the Caribbean last week and then hammered Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. Now, as you mentioned, Beryl was downgraded to a tropical storm after an expected loss in wind intensity after coming ashore in the early morning hours. It had actually come ashore about 4:30, 4:45 a.m., somewhere in that vicinity, just before we concluded our Monday morning program. As the storm, though, continues to press on inland, the rain bands will continue to bring flooding, downpours, and the risk of tornadoes. One of the deadliest aspects of a tropical system is storm surge, which we saw quite a bit of that along the Texas coast. Storm surge continued to lead to inundation along the upper portion of the Texas coast and western portions of the Louisiana coast on through this past evening. As that storm surge subsides, an enraged Gulf of Mexico will, though, continue to produce strong and frequent rip currents, not only for Texas and that region, but all the way over to the coastal areas of western Florida. The area in northeast Texas, and during the strongest winds Monday evening, they were still encountering gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Now, forecasters are warning rainfall tallying up. It could reach 24 inches in parts of eastern Texas, and that's beginning to wind down now. We'll have to wait and get some of the official final numbers, but now the tornado risk continues well inland, mainly to the north and east of the storm center. It's pretty much impossible to predict exactly where these tornadoes, often obscured by the heavy tropical rain, will be taking place. Landfalling hurricanes are somewhat rare in the month of July in Texas. According to the Colorado State University hurricane researcher, I guess statistically only 9 have made landfall in the Lone Star State since reliable records started all the way back in 1851. Now, the most recent was Hannah, that occurred back in 2020. But as Beryl moves on inland, transitioning into a tropical rainstorm, those rain bands and squalls to the east and southeast of the center will contain a lot of spinning motion. And that's why you've got the concern of tornadoes being spawned. While the threat of tornadoes was greatest in Texas, obviously, early in the day, those risks are going to continue to expand across the Mississippi, even the Ohio valleys, and even as far north and east as the eastern Great Lakes by midweek. Now, the biggest, most widespread concern as a rainstorm will be the heavy rains and potential flooding. We could see at least an inch of rain for nearly a dozen other states, from Louisiana all the way up into New York. Looks like some of the heavier rains tracking through Arkansas, Missouri, portions of Illinois, and Indiana through late Tuesday, where in some cases up to 8 inches may fall. Since the storm's going to be moving pretty fast, the rain will fall in just a matter of hours. So obviously reduced visibility for motorists, flash flooding on the highways, and the poor drainage areas. They do highlight Detroit, Indianapolis, Little Rock, and St. Louis, some of the cities where at least a few inches of rain may fall from Beryl this week. So slow travel, airport delays, undoubtedly. Meanwhile, the heat continues to build out west, triple-digit highs, records continuing to fall. Out west, we'll share the latest from that portion of the country coming up here as we roll on into a Tuesday. Doing a quick reload. Okay, no fresh tornado warnings there in Arkansas at this point. Hello to Roy, out of the box. How we doing? Rockpick checks in. Good morning, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently at the Rochester International Airport, 75 degrees fair. Happy 2 for Tuesday, all you hard-working Americans. Thanks to Hotshot Secret and Steve Summers for making the overnight drive twice as nice. Watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe and enjoy. Hello to Marianne. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. Finally finished up the yard work this past day. There you go. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. 75 degrees as well in Wallkill, New York. It's round number 1 to Schenectady. Got to get the new week started. Norman checking in north central Kansas tonight. Let's see, been off duty for a while, doing some domestic chores. Have 2 tractors to move this week. Not much scrap moving right now. But hello to all, and everybody have a good morning. All right, Kevin's on board. Hello to the overnight crew. Larry says, good morning, 70 degrees with clear skies in Rock Springs, Wyoming, as we head back to Cheyenne. Then it's right back to Southern California once again. Everybody stay safe. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. There he is. It's the midnight hour. Hello, Pappy. Hell over to the overnight drive. Steve's in the Hotshot Secret hidden bunker, throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. It's 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to hit. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. 75 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. We had a great day weather-wise. Tell that 2-time world champion manure hauler it's time to snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Heat up that cup of joe, turn up the volume, or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? There's Shorty. New week, a new day. I-95 southbound in Brunswick, Georgia. 77 degrees. It's Orlando turnaround number 1. Me and Bambi just celebrated our 39th anniversary this past Friday. Chased her for 2 years, dated for 2 years, and we're headed out on a cruise next week. Looking forward to eating 25 hours a day. You're not kidding there. That's what cruising's all about, isn't it? Eat, 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 and eat some more. Well, happy anniversary there, Shorty. Congratulations on 39, and, well, a year from now it'll be the big 40th anniversary. How about that? Who else checking in? There's Scott. Good morning from Erlanger, Kentucky. Good to have you on board. There's Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. A beautiful warm day here in my portion of the Bluegrass State. Guess we'll be getting some much-needed rain later on this evening, and that would be compliments of what's left of Beryl, indeed. Everybody stay safe, and as always, be blessed. Junior checking in. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family, J.R. Gardner. Timothy says, hello from Rocky Mount, Virginia tonight. Dennis says, go ahead, challenge me at the convention, says Biden. That's what he said. He sure did. Challenge me at the convention. Good morning to all. All right, there's Gilligan kicking his week off. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. It's a warm, dry night in Christiansburg, Virginia. We're hanging at 80 degrees. The GMA and B&S Enterprises skyscraper has survived the cicada cook-off. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. Of course, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, looks like the Carolina Monkey Gouger is indeed in the house. Join us for just a couple minutes from Newsbreak. We'll get a full report from Texas, I presume. Yeah, shortly after the Newsbreak here. Let me throw a little more info your way. Obviously, the energy industry evaluating the impacts of the storm, closing several key shipping ports, and also hitting the oil refining and production sectors. Let's see, Texas, of course, the largest U.S. oil and gas producing state, accounting for some 40% of the country's oil output and 20% of gas production. U.S. crude futures settled 83 cents lower at $82.33 a barrel Monday, as hopes of a ceasefire deal in Gaza kind of eased some global supply concerns and capped some of the gains that were driven by storm-related disruptions. U.S. fuel futures also trading lower as major refineries along the Gulf Coast appeared to see minimal impacts from the storm. Since the storm pretty much threaded the needle between the two major production hubs in Corpus Christi and Houston, it seems the threat of a regional supply disruption had pretty much passed, according to TAC Energy, noting that only the Phillips 66 Sweeney, Texas facility was in the immediate path of the storm. Phillips 66 said their Sweeney and Lake Charles, Louisiana refineries had power and were operating. Of course, we mentioned more than 2.7 million homes and businesses were without power as of Monday afternoon. The ship channel that leads to the port of Corpus Christi, the country's leading crude oil export hub, actually reopened Monday afternoon. They said no significant impact from the storm occurring there. The port and the channel had closed on Sunday. At least 3 vessels entered the Corpus Christi Bay on Monday, according to the ship tracking data. Gibson Energy said their Gateway crude export terminal in Corpus Christi was operational. Enbridge, which also runs crude oil export facilities near Corpus Christi, said all of their assets, with the exception of its Tres Palacios gas storage facility, were operational. Terminal operations at the Port of Houston still closed on Tuesday as they continue to assess and repair damage, according to the statement this past afternoon. Spokesperson said we're still dealing with some rain and some wind. The port closure left a few vessels stranded off Galveston. According to analysis, the energy data firm Vortexa, congestion should ease starting later today without a major impact on trade flows out of the ports there in Texas. Shell and Chevron said they had shut production or evacuated personnel from their Gulf of Mexico offshore platforms. Things should pretty quickly be coming back online there. So it is 844-844-3388. Welcome into a new day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US President Joe Biden has told those who think he's not fit to serve another term as president to challenge him at the Democratic convention in August. The president is trying to address growing concerns within his own party about his mental fitness for the job. Biden has also sent a letter to Democratic lawmakers on Tuesday saying he's firmly committed to staying in the race. And during a phone interview with MSNBC, the president invited challenges from doubters.
I'm getting so frustrated by the elites in the party who they know so much more. But if any of these guys don't think I should run against me, challenge me at the convention.
Meanwhile, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre faced a barrage of questions at Tuesday's briefing about multiple visits by a Parkinson's expert to the White House.
If it's not in the medical report, obviously it's not something that the president is dealing with. Well, I can tell you this. Just going back to Parkinson's for a little bit, so to give you some answers here, has the president been treated for Parkinson's? No. Is he being treated for Parkinson's? No, he's not. Is he taking medication for Parkinson's? No. So those are the things that I can give you full-blown answers on, but I'm not going to confirm a specialist.
NATO allies are pledging continued support for Ukraine as leaders prepare to meet in Washington, D.C. this week. It's the alliance's 75th anniversary summit, starting on Tuesday in the U.S. Capitol. But it comes at a politically fraught time, with Russian attacks on Kiev and election uncertainty unfolding in several western states. FSN's Benji High reports.
The expanded 32-nation defence pact is vowing to pour more weapons into Ukraine for another year, yet the big prize, membership, is off the table for now. Instead, senior Biden administration officials say NATO will make other significant announcements, including, quote, new steps to bolster Ukraine's air defences. The US president is hosting an event on Thursday with his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky before holding a press conference to cap the 3-day summit. Joe Biden, though, is fending off calls to quit the presidential race against his predecessor Donald Trump, who's in the past threatened to withdraw from NATO unless European countries pay their fair share.
NASA is a step closer to sending the first astronauts to Mars after a crew completed a months-long simulation, as FSN Sally Patterson reports.
For more than a year, a NASA crew carried out Mars mission operations from the US state of Texas. The 4 volunteers lived and worked inside a 3D printed Mars replica, where they grew vegetables, maintained their equipment and habitat, and operated under what NASA calls additional stresses a Mars crew will experience, all from the city of Houston.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, there you go. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. And there he is, riding out the storm. Hello, Monkey Gouger.
Well, good morning, Steve-O. How you this morning?
I'm doing just fine. Just kind of waiting on some rain from that storm, but we ain't going to see nothing like you saw.
Oh, Steve, I'm going to tell you something. I think they kind of underrated that storm. That was a bad one. I mean, it wasn't no Hugo or Andrew or nothing like that. But, Steve, I'm going to tell you something, man. It rained. The wind blowed. It blowed trees down. I see transformers blow up all morning. It was terrible down there. Now, when we come out of Houston at 5 o'clock, the west end of Houston did not have any power at all. Now, they were reporting something like 2 million people down there between Houston and Galveston was without power. I hadn't seen the latest statistics on it, but I don't know if you ever tried to drive in Houston with no stoplights and all these damn illegal immigrants over here that don't know that it's the code in America when there ain't no working lights. All of them become four-way stops.
Yeah.
It was a damn night. It was a nightmare, buddy. I mean, a nightmare. So you were actually in Houston then. So you were right there in the heart of the beast. Yeah, I had a storm come over like in Jersey Village, Katy, out there. That's where it come right over the top of us. And I got to say one thing for them Kroger employees. They are some dedicated damn people, and I'll give them that much. Because this morning, when I left the house early, Saturday, and I wasn't thinking about it being the weekend after the 4th of July. And man, the traffic was horrendous all the way from the house to Grand Bay, Alabama. And I said, I got another 2 hours I can drive. I better get on cross here. So I drove another 2 hours up, ended up over there, Slidell, Louisiana. I did find a parking place, luckily. And got got up Sunday, and Steve, it was murder. I mean, there were stretches for 30, 40 miles. Top speed was 45 miles an hour. I don't know where them people got all their money to go on vacation, but I'm glad they got to enjoy some vacation.
Mm-hmm.
and I got over there to Houston about 5:30 Sunday afternoon, and went down to the gate. They said, "Yeah, we're gonna let y'all in early because we're expecting that storm, and we want y'all in from under them power lines out there." So they were good about that. I got to say, I got to give them Kroger people credit for one thing: they are dedicated.
Mm.
So about 2:00 this morning, I get a phone call. It's JJ calling me. "Hey, that hurricane done blowed into LaPorte, Texas down there." Excuse me. I said, "Really?" And I said, "Well, I'm laying here. It rain a little bit, wind blow a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be much to this."
Right.
Well, buddy, about 4:00, by the time they called me to come to that door, all hell broke loose. I opened that left door and it snatched it out my hand, slammed it into the trailer, and made a big old dent in the trailer. And when I opened the right one, I let it roll too. I said, "I got a ding on one side, I'll give it it can have a matching pair." Raining, backed in there, and they run in there and got my stuff off the trailer. And he called me and said, "Hey," he said, "you ain't laid down, or have you?" I said, "No." I said, "I was fixing to." He said, "Well, look here, give me about 15 minutes and run in here and get your paperwork and everything. You can get on out of here." I said, "I ain't going nowhere." So I waited about 15 minutes, got out the truck, them damn transformers started exploding all over the place. I mean, wow, Steve. I mean, it was crazy. It looked like a war was taking place in Houston.
Right.
And the power went off in the deal there. I walked in there and he says, "Well, I got some bad news." I said, "What's that?" He said, "We can't check your load because the power went out."
Okay.
I sat there from 4:30 this morning till 5:00 tonight before they brought something else. I want to thank the people at Caterpillar Gen Systems. They brought two of them big Caterpillar Gen Systems in there, buddy. Hooked them up to that thing, and buddy, it was just a minute. They had the black smoke rolling and electricity going.
Mm-hmm.
So that, thank everybody at Caterpillar for a job well done. Thank the people at Kroger for a job well done, because they really took care of us. I mean, a couple of them said, "Hey," said, "we take y'all to eat somewhere, but ain't no place to eat. Ain't nobody got no power."
Right.
So they had a little barbecue grill there. They brought it out there. We put some pallets on it. Had a old home style cookout over the coals of them pallets. So my hat's off to the people at Kroger down there in Houston, Texas.
I'll be darned.
So we got to eat some hamburgers. We didn't go away from there hungry. But Steve, they kind of see something else that happened, and I've seen something today I've never seen. Houston got waylaid a month and a half ago. You remember me talking about the power trucks and the tree trimming trucks and all that going down there? Well, they was already saturated. And right there where we was at, they got 14.1 inches of rain in that short period of time.
Wow.
And they had planted these trees along the landscape there. And that water went in on them new planted trees, and that stuff was bubbling up out of there like a hurricane. I mean, like a volcano. The ground just couldn't take no more water. I mean, it was saturated down there. And float all them over. And like I say, Houston is in a state of emergency right now. The mayor telling everybody to hunker in place. They had 4 or 5. They had an idiot over there on 610 and 288 decided he could drive through about 30 foot of water at the height of the hurricane. They had to drive out there with the fire truck, run a ladder out across there and pick his dumb ass up. But he said, look, he said, I'm going to tell you right now, you do stupid stuff, we're not going to be able to get to you because we are overwhelmed. He said, you're on your own.
Yep.
So that was my weekend of excitement.
Well, I'm looking at the current numbers, and according to Power Outage US, Texas is at 2,382,000 plus without power at this hour.
It was saying that's pretty much what I'd heard. It was right at 2 million. Downtown Houston was dark when we was coming out, but other thing I wanted to tell you before I get off here. I had every intention in the world of calling you on the midnight hour from the West Coast. And we got in the casino and done all right. And I got to drinking them barley pops.
Yeah.
They were free. Them Coors Banquet beer. And, oh, boy, I tell you one thing, about 2 o'clock, old monkey guy didn't know he was in the world. And that's the reason I didn't call you back. But we had a good time. But I'm going to tell you something. 24 hours on an airplane and in an airport is too much for anybody to endure. We left there. They changed our flight. Now, you listen to this. This is good old Southwest Airlines. They changed our flight. We missed a notice of where they had us routed to, because we were supposed to come back to Midway in Chicago and then fly from Midway straight to Charleston. We were supposed to be at home at 4 o'clock that afternoon. Well, they changed the flight. We flew down to San Diego. And everybody got off the plane but me and Debbie, and then the plane, we had to fly back to Nashville for a layover. A 3-hour layover. And there was some guys on that. They had been down to a construction convention down there, and they had that airplane tore up. Them were the funniest sober guys. They were crazy. This one old guy said, it's always been one of my basket things to do is to be an airline attendant. And the airline stewardess said, well, here, I'll put you to work. So he was passing out cookies and put on the little rubber gloves and picked up the trash. And he said, now, look, if y'all need anything, my name is Gary. I'm sitting over here in aisle number 6. Y'all need anything, give me a holler. I'll take care of it. Well, this one guy that was on there, we were talking back and forth through the crack in the seat. His name was Mike. He was hilarious. And we were sitting there, and he said, where's the stockyard in Oklahoma City? We were flying right down I-40. I said, there they are right there. Well, we were looking down, and Steve, this Alaskan Airlines plane come within 1,000 yards of us and passed us. He said, Jimmy, did you see that Budweiser that pilot was holding? I said, yeah, I see that Bud. It scared the hell out of us.
Wow.
So we landed there at Nashville, and they sent us a notice as we were taxiing that our flight had been delayed 6 hours because of some security breach that the plane coming from Baltimore to pick us up to take us to Charleston had encountered. And it was going to be a delay. I said, oh, hell no. So we run over there to the ticket agent, and she said, well, I got a plane. The plane y'all just got off of is going to Tampa Bay, Florida, and we can get you on a plane out of Tampa Bay going right to Charleston, and, you'll be home, be down there about you'll probably be home by 10 o'clock. I said, put us on it. So we run over there, got on the plane we just got off, went to Tampa Bay. Now, we done flew from San Diego to Nashville. Now we're on the way to Tampa Bay, Florida. We get down to Tampa Bay and pulling up there. David said, you ain't going to believe this. I said, what? He said, we got a 2-hour delay because the plane come to pick us up has had mechanical problems. I said, hell no. We got home. We got to the airport at 4 o'clock in the morning, and we got home about 6. And I told her, I said, I'll never fly Southwest Airlines again long as I live. I've had enough. I said, 24 hours on an airplane is too much for anybody.
No doubt.
But we did circle the world. I mean, we went from San Diego to Tampa and then back to Charleston. I mean, when it was dark, you couldn't see a damn thing. But anyway, that was it. But I seen you firing them old firecrackers up with them old Smoking Joes and drinking that Skullbuster beer. You didn't blow no fingers off or nothing, did you?
I'm still all intact. We survived another 4th.
Well, let me tell you about that. We went up there. My niece runs the fireworks. Display where they sell that crap out them little damn hot dog stands. They had this damn deal there. These mortar shells must have been about 7 inches long. They were made in Mexico. And I said, let me have that damn thing. I said, what can you do on it? She said, I'll give you a good price on it. She did. Well, we went home, you know, and we was undoing them and everything, you know, getting all the sparklers out for the kids, and they had some firecrackers there, and, you know, bought some other stuff, buy one, get one free, and they was a bunch of damn duds, the ones we got for free. And so I started setting them mortar shells off, and buddy, I mean, they were rocking the neighborhood. They knew the monkey guy that was burning the neighborhood down. Sound like a cannon going off. Well, I got down to the last one, and I done shot 6 shells. That thing had like 40 shells in it. And it said about every 5th time change, they give you like 4 of them, but I call them bazooka tubes.
Yes.
You know?
Yep. Launch tubes.
So I kind of went over the deal there, you know. I done had me some of that Colorado High stuff, you know, and I wasn't feeling no pain. Kids was enjoying it. The last one I set off, I didn't change the tube out. And when I lit that thing, I told them, I said, run, run, run. This thing ain't right. That old fuse go like that. And that thing blowed up in that damn tube.
Yeah.
And luckily, I had it in a milk crate. And we had got far enough away from it to where we felt the pieces hit us, but it didn't do no damage to us. And I told him, I said, that's it for the Mexican-made fireworks. Next year, everything will be made in China. If I bought fireworks, them damn Mexicans are trying to sabotage us.
I've never come across fireworks actually made in Mexico. I thought they were all China, or there are still some made here in the USA. Most of it's all China stuff, though.
Right. But I never say they were pretty. I mean, everything went good to that last one, and if I'd have done what I should have done, but yeah, it gave me an eye-opening experience. So anyway, we burnt the neighborhood down and got all the neighbors with the horses good and mad at us, and so I told them, I said I was at the rodeo in Reno, and they were shooting them damn high-dollar damn fireworks off. I didn't see a horse flinch. I didn't see a cow flinch or anything. I said, y'all need to train your animals better. That's what I could tell you about that. The old lady down on the corner got 3 or 4 of them old nags. They ain't nothing but hay burners. and she was raising hell. And I told her, let her raise hell. I ain't worried about her. It's 4th of July. You're supposed to burn the neighborhood down. So, Steve, that's about it. I mean, I feel for those people down there in Houston right now. I mean, there's a lot of people that ain't got power out there. And that thing spun a lot of tornadoes off.
Yep.
Down there right on the coast and tore up a bunch of stuff. So anyway, thoughts and prayers for the people in Houston tonight. But anyway, we just thought we'd holler at you. We out here molding around. We'll probably talk to you tomorrow night.
Always good to get a full report, so good to hear from you, Gouger. Safe travels out there. So indeed, he survived his Independence Day weekend. He rode out the storm. Yeah. Full-fledged hurricane experience in Houston, Texas. All right. That's a couple of exciting days, wouldn't you say? 844-844-3388.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes in stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
All righty, who's on board? Stacy says, hey, y'all. That's a southern thing, ain't it? 65 clear here in north central Kansas. Beautiful night out. Hope y'all have a safe night. And a shout out to Tony. Hope you're having a good night. All right, there you go, Tony. Hello to Russell. Checking in. Morning, Steve. Hope all's going well at the secret bunker. 73 degrees, partly cloudy, Dayton, Ohio. Ready for another good show. Now, while you were off, I was on Netflix. I watched Ride Along, National Security, and the new Beverly Hills Cop movie that came out on Netflix July 3rd. Hope all's well with you, Steve, and the family. I've got a little cold, but doing good. All the truckers out there, may God bless you to and from your destinations and safely back to your families. Steve, everybody out there, have a good day. Buckeye Boy checks in from Salt Lake City, Utah. 75 degrees. They say it's going to be brutally hot here the next few days. I'm glad I'm only here till Wednesday. I couldn't email earlier due to I was listening to the Braves and the Diamondbacks game on my smartphone, which went into extra innings after the Braves tied it 3-3 in the top of the ninth. They ultimately won 5-4 in the 11th. Have a great night, everybody, and be careful out there. All right, Cripshot checks in. It's going to be a great show. Well, let's hope we can live up to your expectations. There's Daniel. Good morning from Big Timber, Montana. 71 degrees at this hour. Bidu checks in. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Dennis says, crazy Gouger, talking about the airlines. I was sitting in Hazelwood, Missouri a week ago, which is close to the Lambert Airport in St. Louis. I was watching one plane after another going in for the landing. I must have seen at least 5 out of 10 going into Lambert being Southwest Airlines. Yeah, we're still looking for airline arrangements for our cruise in October. Always, you try to find the best deals. Prices go up and down, but, the Princess was, actually, she was looking, hoping, she thought she wanted Southwest. I don't know. Do we want Southwest Airlines? All right, news break coming up here. Let's see, we'll hear from Eagle, see if he rode out the storm there in Texas or where he might be around the country. But Gouger mentioned all those people without power. The heat's coming on, and according to officials, I guess the next issue we're going to be dealing with, having a generator can be a huge advantage in the event of extended power outages, especially in the likes of this after a hurricane or severe weather. But they can also be the silent killer, a.k.a. carbon monoxide poisoning. More on that coming up in the next hour.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US President Joe Biden has told those who think he's not fit to serve another term as president to challenge him at the Democratic convention in August. The president is trying to address growing concerns within his own party about his mental fitness for the job. Biden has also sent a letter to Democratic lawmakers on Tuesday saying he's firmly committed to staying in the race. And during a phone interview with MSNBC, the president invited challenges from doubters.
I'm getting so frustrated by the elites in the party who they know so much more. But any of these guys don't think I should run against me. Challenge me at the convention.
Meanwhile, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre faced a barrage of questions at Tuesday's briefing about multiple visits by a Parkinson's expert to the White House.
If it's not in the medical report, obviously it's not something that the president is dealing with. Well, I can tell you this. Just going back to Parkinson's for a little bit, so to give you some answers here, has the president been treated for Parkinson's? No. Is he being treated for Parkinson's? No, he's not. Is he taking medication for Parkinson's? No. So those are the things that I can give you full-blown answers on, but I'm not going to confirm a specialist.
NATO allies are pledging continued support for Ukraine as leaders prepare to meet in Washington, D.C. this week. It's the alliance's 75th anniversary summit, starting on Tuesday in the U.S. Capitol. But it comes at a politically fraught time, with Russian attacks on Kiev and election uncertainty unfolding in several western states. FSN's Benji High reports.
The expanded 32-nation defence pact is vowing to pour more weapons into Ukraine for another year, yet the big prize, membership, is off the table for now. Instead, senior Biden administration officials say NATO will make other significant announcements, including, quote, new steps to bolster Ukraine's air defences. The US president is hosting an event on Thursday with his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky before holding a press conference to cap the three-day summit. Joe Biden, though, is fending off calls to quit the presidential race against his predecessor Donald Trump, who's in the past threatened to withdraw from NATO unless European countries pay their fair share.
NASA is a step closer to sending the first astronauts to Mars after a crew completed a months-long simulation, as FSN Sally Patterson reports.
For more than a year, a NASA crew carried out Mars mission operations from the US state of Texas. The 4 volunteers lived and worked inside a 3D printed Mars replica, where they grew vegetables, maintained their equipment and habitat, and operated under what NASA calls additional stresses a Mars crew will experience, all from the city of Houston.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, a unique take on President Joe Biden's predicament. It comes from the only man to have beaten Biden in a primary this year. Jason Palmer was considered a maverick, a venture capitalist who put his name forward for the Democratic Party's nomination in 16 states and territories, arguing that the Democrats urgently needed to pass the leadership torch to a younger generation. He lost to Biden in 15 of those races, but not in American Samoa, far off in the Pacific, where his victory was the first time any sitting president has lost a primary since Jimmy Carter in 1980.
I'm a canary in the coal mine, the fact that I won in American Samoa, but there were other canaries. Biden didn't do the Super Bowl interview, which is an incredible opportunity to speak to the American public. He's done very few, addresses to the nation on the top issues like inflation, the economy, immigration. Now, that's not to say he's not been a great president and a incredible public servant for 50 years, but the writing has been on the wall. He even called himself a transitional president 4 years ago. I just think optimism blinds people sometimes.
Jason Palmer is joining calls for the president to abandon his re-election quest and believes the next 2 weeks will be critical in determining whether the Democrats can find their footing anew in the race against Donald Trump. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, US President Joe Biden has told those who think he's not fit to serve another term as president to challenge him at the Democratic Convention in August. NATO allies are pledging continued support for Ukraine as leaders prepare to meet in Washington, D.C. this week. And NASA is a step closer to sending its first astronauts to Mars after a crew completed a months-long simulation. There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we kick things off, hour number 2. As we roll into a Tuesday, hope your week's off to a good start here. I'll get settled in, back to the old grind. All right, torrential rains, that's been the word, and we're seeing obviously a lot of flash flooding issues. Heaviest rains this morning have been central Arkansas since we kicked things off. We've seen a handful of tornado warnings. Just to give you an idea, they're saying, let's see, according to automated rain gauges, thunderstorms producing heavy rain has dropped 3 to 4 inches of rain within the past 2 hours. And expecting additional rain, another 1 to 2 inches possible. That's several counties where they're under flash flood warnings. Grant County, Pulaski County, Saline County, Jefferson County, and central Arkansas and southeastern Arkansas. Torrential rains, 3 to 4 inches in 2 hours' time. Yeah, that's a lot of rain. All right, mentioned for those millions without power, some of which may be out of power for an extended period of time. And the temperatures the temperatures are going to be rising. Heat indices forecast to top 100 degrees later this week in Galveston, Bay City, and other parts of Texas. So obviously having a generator, it can be a huge advantage. But if used improperly, the devices can cause serious harm or kill unsuspecting families. Carbon monoxide poisoning, electrocution, and fire are all potential risks of misusing portable generators. Portable generators produce as much carbon monoxide as hundreds of cars and can kill a person within minutes, according to the Consumer Product Safety Commission. Carbon monoxide sends more than 20,000 people to the emergency rooms every year. This is why generators should never be operated anywhere inside a home, including garages or basements. A 2012 report showed that portable generators were linked to more than 85% of non-fire carbon monoxide deaths associated with engine-driven tools. Many of those deaths between 1999 and 2012 were associated with Hurricane Katrina. If you're using a portable generator, it needs to be a minimum of 30 feet away from the house while it's running to eliminate possibilities of carbon monoxide poisoning. Now, even 15 feet away, they say, is not enough distance. Winds can blow the odorless, colorless, tasteless gas indoors. The Consumer Product Safety Commission said the generators should be operated in dry areas, kept away from windows, doors, and any other openings in the homes. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration recommended placing the generator in an area where it has 3 to 4 feet of clear space on all sides to ensure proper ventilation. Quickly recognizing the symptoms of carbon monoxide can mean the difference between life and death. These include dizziness, blurred vision, loss of consciousness, shortness of breath, nausea, and vomiting. People experiencing any symptoms need to get to a place with fresh air immediately and seek professional medical help. The National Fire Protection Association recommends a carbon monoxide alarm be placed on every floor of the home and also outside of every sleeping area. The risk of electrical shock or electrocution while using a generator can be high as well following severe weather, especially when flooding is a factor. Using a generator is not advised in floodwaters if floodwaters have entered a home. If your house is flooded, you actually need to try to turn the main breaker off if power is still available in the home. We're actually seeing on the news where people sit in water with lights on. They're just fortunate either the breaker's tripped on those outlets or they're just sitting ducks about to be electrocuted. If you're operating generators, you should avoid backfeeding their homes, which means connect the generator to power outlets inside the home. Not only is it illegal, but it can have dire consequences for both people inside and outside the house. It can electrocute you, your entire home, your neighbors, and utility workers that are trying to restore power. Now, they advise never to attach a generator directly to the home or building's structure unless a qualified electrician has installed a transfer switch onto the device. It's also important to use heavy-duty, outdoor-rated extension cord that should be checked for any cuts or tears. Generators, of course, and their fuel can cause fires as well. These devices heat up while they're running. They can take a long time to cool down, even after they're turned off. The recommendation is allow the generator to cool before refueling. Never refuel while it's still operating. Gasoline and other fuel containers need to be kept away from the generator. Water heaters, cigarettes, lighters. The fuels should not be stored inside the home, should be kept away from your living areas. So, all the things that they're going to be contending with in the coming days as, if you're being out of power, suddenly you're dealing with triple-digit heat. A lot of folks are going to be dealing with heat exhaustion and heat stroke, things of that nature. And of course, all the work that has to be done. Working out there trying to cut up branches and trees and cleaning up debris. Our number, 844-844-3388. Eagle joins us here on a Tuesday. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay, how you doing, Steve? Hey, listen. Yeah, I got lucky, Steve. That's part of the reason why I don't live in Houston no more, man. Definitely, the illegals, you know that situation. But the flooding deal, like I said, Houston, it's only gonna get worse, Steve. And Houston, I spent the weekend. I was in San Antonio at a friend's house. I just left San Antonio today, and I'm on my way to Florida. But I had to bypass Houston. I had to drive all the way up to Dallas and get on Interstate 20 and take 20 over to Mississippi and then go back down to Interstate 10 because Houston is basically shut down. I don't know if you've seen some of the videos, but, like I said, Steve, we live in America. Freeways shouldn't be like a damn river. And this is not the first time this has happened in Houston. I've been, associated with Houston since the 1980s when I was a kid, and they haven't made no damn improvements on the Houston system in none of that period of time. Have you seen some of the videos? You shouldn't have a damn interstate, Steve, flowing like a river, and that's basically downtown Houston is basically a river right now. Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, I haven't seen a whole lot of the video. I was kind of watching some of the coverage this past morning, but I'm sure I'll be seeing some of this in the coming days.
Yeah. You need to take a look at some of this video. It's ridiculous. And this wasn't even a strong hurricane. That's the sad part about the whole deal is it was barely a number one. So can you imagine what would happen if they had a 5 or 4 going to Houston? Yeah. Houston would probably be no longer exist. It's ridiculous. They need to be Houston, the developers, engineers. They need to be developing a plan right now on how to get this water out of the Houston system. There's no excuse. There's no excuse for freeways to turn into rivers, Steve. It was like that a couple of weeks ago over on the north side of Houston, where I used to live at, coming out of Cleveland, Texas, down Interstate 59. It was basically a river over there. Interstate 59 was shut down. You couldn't even get into Houston coming out of 59. And that whole area there is Lake Livingston, the whole damn area is flooded out. Like I said, downtown Houston, Buffalo Bayou, all of it, all the way down to Galveston is nothing but a river. And it shouldn't be like that. As far as I know, I don't know if any truck traffic is getting through there. From the video I've seen, I didn't see no 18-wheelers or trucks trying to make their way through Houston. Yeah, I wouldn't even. My company told me not to even waste the time driving through Houston. So, like I say, I'm driving a lot of extra miles to get up to Dallas to get on 20, but it's worth it to avoid the deal in Houston. Because from what I'm seeing and hearing, anybody that's rolling towards anybody that's coming out of Louisiana rolling towards Texas, you might want to find another way. If you say, well, you ain't gonna make no deliveries in Houston tomorrow, no way. I'm pretty sure of that. But anybody that's got a delivery in Houston, you better make some phone calls and see if that business is open tomorrow. Because I got a real bad feeling they probably gonna be closed. And then, so you better make other plans. That's what I would do if I had a load going through Houston. You better make some new plans. Now, let's talk about something else right quick, Steve. Before I want to talk about Chicago on the yearly update that I always do after the July 4th holiday. I got some staggering numbers that I want to give you. But before I get to that, I want to talk about, give an update on John Force. They came up with some new information on him while you were out on vacation last Thursday and Friday. They're saying now that Force is awake and that he has a broken sternum and some other injuries, but it looked like he's gonna pull through. But I doubt if he's gonna race again this year, if he races again at all. But the good thing about it is they saying that it looks like there's not gonna be no permanent head injuries due to this high-speed accident. So that's good news. They finally had a photograph of him and his family that they took on Facebook, him and his wife and his kids in the hospital room for us. So that's good news that he's recovering and that I don't know when he's scheduled to leave the hospital, but like I say, I'm pretty sure he won't be racing a car the remainder of the year. I very doubt it, if ever again. But like I said, it's good news that he's not permanently injured. That's one thing. That's one thing I was hoping that receive that type of news. Now, let me turn over to my phone right quick. Let me get these numbers right quick, Steve, before I say this about Chicago, because this is totally ridiculous. We're supposed to be living in a civilized America, a civilized country, but somebody forgot to tell the people this in Chicago. Let me get these numbers straight. Okay, here we go. Do you realize, Steve, over the July 4th holiday, which spanned 4 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, there was a total of 109 people shot in Chicago in 4 days, with 25 fatalities. 25 of these individuals died. Over 100 people over a 4-day period were gunned down in Chicago for no reason whatsoever. And like I say, guns, people are just gunning people down just to gun people down, Stephen. They don't give a damn about innocent kids. You've heard stories about kids sleeping in their bed in Chicago, 3-4-month-old babies sleeping in their bed, and a stray bullet come through the wall and kill a baby. A woman pushing a baby carriage down the street, mind her own business, and a stray bullet comes to hit the baby carriage and kill the baby and the baby. These people have no class or no. I don't know what to say about these. It's just disgusting. To go around packing a gun and just shooting at will, Steve. It's like it's the damn Wild Wild West. Every year I got to talk about this same situation with Chicago. Same deal, same situation, every year after year after year. And meanwhile, the so-called guy who's in his third term of president as of right now, Barack Obama, he calls Chicago his home, claims that he's the first black president that we've ever had in America. But I have yet to see Barack Obama on my television screen, any other television screen, saying stop the violence in Chicago. When are we going to start acting like civilized human beings and stop this nonsense? I'm waiting on you, Barack Obama, brother. You claim you care about black people. Why don't you show it? Because you damn sure ain't showing me nothing. Because like I said before, Steve, it's ridiculous and it's almost embarrassing at this point. Same thing. You go down the road, go down to Memphis, Tennessee. Same deal. Same deal. Night after night, day after day. People getting gunned down. I just heard a story the other day. Over the weekend, a truck driver got killed at a Love's truck stop in Memphis, Tennessee. I've been to that truck stop a many a time. and I'll never go there again because it ain't nothing but a cesspool right off of Arkadelphia Highway 78. Truck driver was in there minding his own business, and some guy came in the truck stop and tried to rob him, armed robbery, and shot the man dead. I think it was on the 4th of July, either the day after the 4th of July. Truck driver minding his own business at a truck stop, man, get gunned down by some guy that want to rob him. So these things, the cities are just totally out of control, Steve, and the leaders are doing absolutely nothing about it. The talking is not going to stop the violence. You have to get the people in there. If it takes putting the National Guard on the street, then that's what they got to do. But this has got to stop with these innocent women and kids getting gunned down like it's Vietnam, like they're in a war zone. 109 people in 4 days makes absolutely no sense. Now, let me say one last thing, Steve. I may have to get in a little bit later about Joe Biden because there's so much to talk about by him. It's ridiculous. But I want to say this to Joe Biden and the people that support Joe Biden. Hey, Joe Biden, brother, stay in the race, my man. Stay in the race. Don't get out. You're doing Donald Trump and you're doing the people that support Donald Trump a real big favor because the longer you stay in, my man, the better chance Trump got to get in. So you just keep doing what you're doing. Just keep staying in the race. Good old Joe Biden. Keep doing what you're doing. Don't listen to those Democrats that's trying to push you out the door to get somebody else in there. Just do what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing, and you'll find your way. Come November 24th, you'll find your way out of the White House. You just got another 4 or 5 months. Why go ahead and leave early? You might well go ahead and wait another 5 months, and then you get a foot right up your rear end, and you won't be in the White House no more, no way. So just go ahead and stay in. That's the way I look at it, Steve, because I'm fed up with the whole deal. And they got this bogus press secretary that comes on TV day after day lying, and now they claim that they had a doctor going to the White House to check on Joe Biden, but yet she says that Joe Biden doesn't have any problems. So, but the doctor I guess he's just going there just to have a good time at the White House. So that's how bad it's don't got right now, Steve. The line about the man's health, anybody can clearly see that Joe Biden has problems. And like I said before, anybody that votes for Joe Biden has problems. And like I said, the only thing I can say is stay in the race, Joe. Just stay in there for another 5 months, and then you don't have to worry about nobody pushing you out. You'll be out of the White House because you'll get voted out. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Yes, Chicago. The report I had said it was. I think it was over 100 shot, and I saw 17 fatalities. I did a quick, as he was speaking there, an update, and it was up to 19. What do you say? 25 fatalities. Yeah. Supposedly, Chicago's mayor has had enough. Mayor Johnson promising consequences for those participating in gun violence in Chicago over the holiday weekend. More than 100 shot, 19 dead. 72 separate shooting incidents, according to the Chicago police. Wow. Yeah, the 19 people who were killed between Thursday and Sunday, a significant jump over the same weekend last year when 11 in the city were fatally shot. We need to ensure we're holding every single individual accountable for the pain and trauma and torment that they have caused in this city. There will be consequences for the violence, he says. We will not let criminal activity ruin and harm our city. Seems like we've heard those sort of statements before, haven't we? He said he's heartbroken by the violence. The numbers of those shot and killed are not just headlines in the news. These are fellow Chicagoans, our neighbors, family members who've lost their lives. Yeah, they go through, one by one, some of the shootings that have taken place over the weekend. Keep in mind, Chicago, like all of Illinois, has a 72-hour waiting period on gun purchases. They have a red flag law, an assault weapons ban on a high-capacity magazine ban, and a firearm owner's identification card requirement. The process of obtaining a firearm owner's identification card involves a thorough background check by the Illinois State Police. Now, plus the fact that Cook County, where Chicago is located, has its own assault weapons ban, a ban on high-capacity magazines. At the same, yet more than 100 people shot in the Windy City alone during the July 4 weekend. It's off the rails. It is. Sad. I guess what most of this is gun violence, right? I mean, gang violence. Gang violence, yeah, the tit-for-tat shootings. But 72 separate events over a 4-day period. What to do? All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Operation Safe Driver Week is underway, right? Hooray, hooray. In the state of Wisconsin, be advised, troopers in that state will be riding shotgun this week in an effort to reduce the number of crashes and injuries involving commercial vehicles. This past day, Monday, the Wisconsin State Patrol started their annual Trooper in a Truck campaign, the week-long enforcement and education initiative. Officers, in other words, are riding along with semi-truck and bus drivers to enforce traffic laws from an elevated point of view. More on that coming up here in other industry headlines. And well, and it's 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Garg. U.S. President Joe Biden has told those who think he is not fit to serve another term as president to challenge him at the Democratic Convention in August. The president is trying to address growing concerns within his party about his mental fitness for the job. Biden also sent a letter to Democratic lawmakers on Tuesday saying he is firmly committed to staying in the race. Meanwhile, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre faced a barrage of questions at Tuesday's briefing about multiple visits by a Parkinson's expert to the White House.
I can tell you this, just going back to Parkinson's for a little bit, so to give you some answers here. Has the president been treated for Parkinson's? No. Is he being treated for Parkinson's? No, he's not. Is he taking medication for Parkinson's? No. So those are the things that I can give you full-blown answers on, but I'm not going to confirm a specialist, any specialist that comes to the White House.
The Philippines has rejected China's accusation that its grounded warship on the contested Second Thomas Shoal in the South China Sea had damaged the coral reef ecosystem in the area. Instead, it's laying the blame for damaging the marine environment on Beijing and called for an independent third-party marine scientific assessment of the causes of coral reef damage in the South China Sea.
The Philippines has said China has caused untold damage to the maritime environment, affecting the livelihoods of thousands of Filipino fisherfolk. But China said it was Philippine warships which had been illegally beached that had damaged the ecosystem. A tiny contingent of the Filipino Navy has kept watch aboard a marooned warship that has served as an outpost in the South China Sea since the 1990s. China claims almost all the South China Sea. China has dredged up sand and coral to build artificial islands in the disputed waters, and Beijing and Manila have seen escalating encounters between their coast guards in the South China Sea.
South Korea is ending all punitive steps against striking doctors. More than 12,000 trainees have walked out since February in protest to the government increasing medical school seats.
More than 90% of the country's trainees have now walked out of their internships and fellowships, joined by thousands of professors and seniors in solidarity against the increase of medical school allotments from 3,000 to just over 4,500, and to reportedly tough conditions, long hours, and vulnerability to legal action. The government at first issued a return-to-work ultimatum of March 1, threatening license suspensions and benefit cuts. 4 months later, the walkout continues, and the government is now backing down. It's withdrawing its plan to suspend licenses in an attempt to reach a breakthrough. It's even promising special favors to returning doctors as demands on the health sector grow.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Sent that my way. Was that Roy? I think it was. Somebody just forwarded to me. I guess this came out here a few hours ago. They're talking about the Parkinson's specialist. The uproar about this guy's been visiting the White House a number of times. In a letter released Monday night by the president's physician, Dr. Kevin O'Connor, he confirmed Dr. Kevin Kennard, the Parkinson's expert who visited the White House 8 times in an 8-month span, was the neurological specialist that examined President Biden for each of his annual physicals. Kennard's visits to the White House do not represent examinations of the president, according to O'Connor's letter. Kennard is involved in a range of care for others beyond the president at the White House. Prior to the pandemic and following its end, Kennard has held regular neurology clinics at the White House Medical Clinic in support of the thousands of active duty members assigned in support of White House operations. According to his letter, many military personnel experience neurological issues related to their service. And Dr. Kennard regularly visits the WHMU as part of the general neurology practice. On the subject of Biden's physical, O'Connor noted that President Biden has not seen a neurologist outside of his annual physical. He also stressed Biden's last physical found no signs of Parkinson's, which he detailed in a February 28th letter. Now, while the White House press secretary Karine Jean-Pierre refused to confirm these details earlier in the day, Monday, citing privacy concerns, O'Connor said he obtained permission from the president and Dr. Kennard to confirm the details that he's sharing. O'Connor offered in his letter a full-throated endorsement of Dr. Kennard and his work as the neurology consultant to the White House since 2012. Dr. Kennard was chosen for this responsibility not because he's a movement disorder specialist, but because he's a highly trained, highly regarded neurologist here at Walter Reed and across the military health system. A very wide expertise which makes him flexible to see a variety of patients and problems. As ABC News reported earlier on Monday, the expert on Parkinson's disease visited the White House 8 times over an 8-month span between last July and March of this year, including one visit with the president's personal physician, according to the White House visitor logs. Asked repeatedly at the press briefing this past day about Kennard, Jean-Pierre refused to say if the neurologist ever treated the president or consulted on his care, citing privacy concerns. But she did say, as we've just heard in the news break, Biden was not being treated for Parkinson's disease. All right, back to the state of Wisconsin. Operation Safe Driver Week. It's right along. Officers riding along with semi-drivers this week. Drivers need to pay attention, especially around large trucks and buses. According to the Wisconsin State Patrol Superintendent, commercial motor vehicles have large blind spots, limited maneuverability, require longer distances to stop. All drivers have to work together to prevent crashes. Now, according to the DOT statement, officers will focus on any dangerous driving occurring in the vicinity of a commercial motor vehicle. If troopers see a violation from the truck or the bus, they radio that to patrol cars in the area for appropriate enforcement action. This will be continuing throughout the week ahead through Friday, July the 12th. I guess they're actually highlighting which areas they'll be focusing on each passing day. Yesterday it was supposedly Hudson, Wisconsin. Today, July the 9th, they will be focusing on the Waukesha area, followed by Madison, Wisconsin, Wednesday, Green Bay on Thursday, and Wausau, Wisconsin on Friday. According to data from the DOT over the past 5 years, that state has averaged roughly 7,000 crashes involving large trucks every year. Last year, there were 70 fatalities resulting from crashes with commercial motor vehicles. So it's kind of an annual thing. This is the 3rd year we are teaming up with this Wisconsin State Patrol to prevent dangerous driving through the Trooper in a Truck campaign. That's from the Wisconsin Motor Carriers Association, I believe it is. So that's be on the lookout. All right, before we get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. Well, would you be surprised? They're kicking the can down the road again. According to the Department of Transportation's latest regulatory agenda, the proposal to require speed limiters on commercial vehicles is now not expected until May of next year. This marks the latest delay in the controversial rulemaking that has been met with considerable opposition from truck drivers, lawmakers, numerous industry organizations. In 2022, the FMCSA resurrected the 2016 rulemaking by issuing that advance notice of supplemental proposed rulemaking regarding speed limiting devices on commercial vehicles. More than 15,000 comments filed, right? Yeah, despite all the opposition, the FMCSA has maintained they plan to move forward with a formal speed limiter proposal that will include a top speed, which we don't know what that's going to be, 65, 68. The plan has been forced to take several detours, as we know. Previous projections for the proposal's release included June of last year, December of last year, May of this year. Now they're targeting May of 2025. Other noteworthy agenda items for truckers include rulemakings to improve broker transparency and a mandate for automatic emergency braking systems. There is the proposal to combat broker fraud that is still on track to be released in October. Meanwhile, a final rule that will require automatic emergency braking systems on heavy-duty trucks has now been bumped to January of next year. Kind of kicking the can down the road, obviously depending on what occurs in November with the election. You could see changes in the likes of leadership, the revolving door at the FMCSA. Round and round we go. But at least nearly another year before you have to even worry about the proposal. And even when they do formally come out with it, it's going to take, yes, by some assessments, at least a year or two to go through the whole process to implement it. But all right, 844-844-3388. Dave checks in from the deep in the heart of Texas this morning, where he says the city of Houston reports 7 dead now from barrel-related incidents such as drownings, fallen trees, and a house fire. Barrels supposed to keep causing problems right on up through St. Louis, Louisville, on into Pennsylvania and New York as we continue through the upcoming week. Yeah, and of course, as we've been keeping an eye on the weather advisories, watches, warnings, it looks like the tornado, we had seen a number of tornado warnings right on up through the midnight to 1 a.m. hour. Haven't seen a tornado warning since, and still getting some severe thunderstorm warnings, strong storms, torrential rains, and flooding concerns. Moving on to the north. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So I take it that storm's supposed to stay to the west of the Mid-Atlantic, go up there, western PA type thing, and Cleveland, western PA, and then on up into Canada, from what I was understanding?
That's all the models I'm seeing, that would be correct.
All right. Not that we don't need the rain in that, but we don't need a severe storm to do it with anyways. So anyways, I guess, well, I don't know. We'll take what we get when we get it. But so you were talking about generators and fuel and all that. Now you guys own the Subaru Outback, correct? Which is pretty much a station wagon with a hatch. Now, when you run down to the local gasoline store to fill up your can for your little lawn clipper there, where do you put your gas can?
Back in the hatchback.
Yeah, which is inside with you, right?
Correct.
So where do you smoke your cigarettes when you're riding down the road in your car?
In the driver's seat?
Yeah, okay. You see where I'm going with this, don't you? You're in the same vehicle compartment with your gasoline can in a really tight and closed area. But, back when we had the Suburban and everything, we had the hitch on the back, so I always had one of those outside exterior carrier things, and I always tied the gas cans outside and never used to transport the gas cans inside the vehicle compartment, passenger compartment.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, it's just another thought. But I don't know. When we've used the generator, I use a generator there in mine. It goes out of the garage and it goes out into whatever atmospheric conditions are happening. So if it's raining outside, the generator runs in the rain outside. But I don't know. I don't get 30 feet away from the house, but we do close the garage door back up so that it's not wide open into the garage to be able to come back in the house. But that carbon monoxide, that's some bad stuff, and those little single cylinder gasoline engines there, they produce a lot of it there, so you definitely want to be careful of it. And of course, when you get to be wintertime there, you you get the people that bring their propane stoves and grills and all that, and use those, you know, their gas oven and that, and try to use that for heat, and that isn't designed to work that way either without proper ventilation, and so you another reason to be careful of it. But anyway, so we've determined the president doesn't have Parkinson's, have we? Is that what the
that's the message we're being given, yes. Nothing to see here.
So Parkinson's isn't usually high up on the list of diseases that's with Alzheimer's and dementia, is it? I'm thinking not. It's kind of, you know, it can come along with it, but I think there's other things there that are causing problems that aren't Parkinson's related. Anyways, and I think you need to check some numbers there. You check your per capita numbers. I think if you do, I think you find Baltimore still probably leads Chicago, because there's not as many people in Baltimore now as but if you figure out, you know, per 100,000 or per 1,000 or whatever, I think Baltimore still has a pretty good shot of leading Chicago. Well, that was a mean thing to say, wasn't it? Has a shot of leading Chicago.
So what were did you have any numbers shared on the local news as far as was Baltimore a shootout at the OK Corral kind of Independence Day?
Tell you the truth, we never had the news on, so I really don't have a clue, to tell you the truth. Never even turned the TV on pretty much all weekend, so I really don't know what happened in Baltimore. I just, you know, from normal statistics of, you know, what normally goes on, I would expect, because of, you know, the hot temperatures and everybody outside and the sweltering and you know, I would expect, you know, the overpopulation of the pool areas and people trying to get to places to be cool, that tempers might have been a little on the high side there. I wouldn't doubt that at all. But anyways, you were talking about the Chicago there and how regulated and over-regulated they are in their firearms sales and what you have to do to obtain one legally. So how many of those 25 people and the 79 people that were involved in the shootings, how many of them had a legal firearm, Your Honor?
Yeah, I'd venture to say probably zero.
Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, it's kind of not the thing you can kind of compare to the legal firearms and the sales and what happens out there in the jungle of the city. But anyways, I don't know. That's kind of where we were going. And so, what do you think of Biden's competitor there that won the American Samoa primary there? You think he's got a shot there of unseating him at the convention?
Yeah, right. I mean, honestly, I don't even recognize the guy's name. I don't remember ever mentioning.
Yeah. So, anyways, that's about all we got going for you. It's another 80. Oh, we got 84 degrees here. Still got 84 degrees here crossing the Chesapeake Bay out here. Looking, they got the small span closed there. They're doing some reconstruction work. Got a lot of barges and cranes and all kinds of things out here lifting pieces up and trying to reattach other pieces. So the 2-lane span is closed right now, and we got 1 lane in each direction on the 3-lane span. So it's flowing pretty good here back and forth from the mainland to the Eastern Shore. If anybody's coming this way, and it's been kind of I guess it'd be kind of a partly cloudy night. We've seen the moon a couple times here and there through it. Not that there's a whole lot of moon to see. There's been a pretty tiny sliver out there of the moon. And so what is your opinion on the people that have been, I guess it would be like the Truman Show, wouldn't it? that have been living in this little module, this little Mars module down there.
For an entire year, yeah. I mean, 4 people in a 17,000 square foot space.
Yeah, that kind of reminds you of that movie, The Truman Show, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Everybody kind of looking in on them and watching them and investigating what they're doing. And so, do you think they're ready to go to Mars after living in a man-made box on Earth? Do you think they're ready to move to Mars? Or I don't know. I'm thinking it's not going to quite be the same type of environment. I don't know. So. And I guess if your oxygen generator fails on Earth, it's not quite the same as if your oxygen generator fails on Mars, is it? But anyways, I don't know. There's probably smarter people than us that are figuring that out right now. And so I guess with all that nonsense, we'll let you get on there and do some due diligence, Your Honor, and we'll keep listening. If we come up with anything else for you, maybe we'll give you a ringy-dingy back by the loneliest hour or something.
Sounds like a plan. We'll see what we can drum up here. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I meant to ask Horse Feathers, seeing as he's such a fan of the hot weather, which actually we know he's not. Who's got on their bucket list a visit to Death Valley National Park? Apparently a lot of people do. It sure as hell ain't on my list of things, my wish list, places I want to see, especially in the middle of summertime. But apparently every day, people they flock to Death Valley. As the temperature soared Saturday over the Independence Day weekend, 128 degrees in Death Valley. A group of motorcyclists becoming distressed by the extreme heat. One of them actually died, according to a park ranger. The cyclists were touring the park near Badwater Basin, a stretch of salt flats that is also known as the lowest point in North America, when in the mid to late afternoon. They reported being affected by the extreme heat. According to the park ranger, one of the riders was pronounced dead at the site. Another with severe heat illness was taken to Las Vegas. 4 others in the group were ultimately treated and released. The name of the deceased cyclist or other identifying information not released. But it was 128 degrees. It was a record high for that day in Death Valley, according to the ranger. And these folks were traveling through on motorcycles. Most likely they didn't have adequate cooling, obviously. That heat also hindered the rescue effort. When temperatures exceed 120 degrees Fahrenheit, a medical helicopter cannot access the park. I was not aware of that. Air expands when it's heated, becoming thinner than cold air, so helicopters can't get the lift they need to fly. How about that? Now, in addition to park rangers, first responders from Inyo County and nearby Pahrump, Nevada, assisted the bikers. Saturday's high was just shy of the all-time heat record in Death Valley, which was 134, set back on July 10 of 1913. Tomorrow will be the anniversary of that. Now, since record-keeping started in 1911, temperatures have reached or exceeded 130 degrees, they say only 3 times. Now, every year, at least 1 to 3 people die of heat-related illnesses visiting the park. And every single week, there are 1 to 3 calls for medical assistance for heat-related stress there.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands-off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Garg. U.S. President Joe Biden has told those who think he is not fit to serve another term as president to challenge him at the Democratic Convention in August. The president is trying to address growing concerns within his party about his mental fitness for the job. Biden also sent a letter to Democratic lawmakers on Tuesday saying he is firmly committed to staying in the race. Meanwhile, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre faced a barrage of questions at Tuesday's briefing about multiple visits by a Parkinson's expert to the White House.
I can tell you this, just going back to Parkinson's for a little bit, so to give you some answers here. Has the president been treated for Parkinson's? No. Is he being treated for Parkinson's? No, he's not. Is he taking medication for Parkinson's? No. So those are the things that I can give you full-blown answers on, but I'm not going to confirm a specialist, any specialist that comes to the White House.
The Philippines has rejected China's accusation that its grounded warship on the contested Second Thomas Shoal in the South China Sea had damaged the coral reef ecosystem in the area. Instead, it's laying the blame for damaging the marine environment on Beijing and called for an independent third-party marine scientific assessment of the causes of coral reef damage in the South China Sea.
The Philippines has said China has caused untold damage to the maritime environment, affecting the livelihoods of thousands of Filipino fisherfolk. But China said it was Philippine warships which had been illegally beached that had damaged the ecosystem. A tiny contingent of the Filipino Navy has kept watch aboard a marooned warship that has served as an outpost in the South China Sea since the 1990s. China claims almost all the South China Sea. China has dredged up sand and coral to build artificial islands in the disputed waters, and Beijing and Manila have seen escalating encounters between their coast guards in the South China Sea.
South Korea is ending all punitive steps against striking doctors. More than 12,000 trainees have walked out since February in protest to the government increasing medical school seats.
More than 90% of the country's trainees have now walked out of their internships and fellowships, joined by thousands of professors and seniors in solidarity against the increase of medical school allotments from 3,000 to just over 4,500, and to reportedly tough conditions, long hours and vulnerability to legal action. The government at first issued a return-to-work ultimatum of March 1, threatening license suspensions and benefit cuts. 4 months later, the walkout continues and the government is now backing down. It's withdrawing its plan to suspend licenses in an attempt to reach a breakthrough. It's even promising special favours to returning doctors as demands on the health sector grow.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, what happens next in France following the shock defeat over the weekend of the far right in the second round of the country's election. Tactical voting, and indeed tactical candidate offerings by the left-leaning New Popular Front and President Emmanuel Macron's centrists put paid to the right streams of dominating the government. But with a hung parliament looming, what will the future governing arrangements look like in Paris? Correspondent Peter Allen is there.
So what we have now, we have nobody with an absolute majority, and instead a hung parliament, which makes it very hard for Emmanuel Macron to appoint a prime minister or indeed a government. Emmanuel Macron now has to work out who he wants as the next prime minister. The president of France can rule by decree, for example. Emmanuel Macron's been doing that for a couple of years now. He's not had a majority in the National Assembly. That's easily forgotten. He doesn't even have to appoint a prime minister, a politician as prime minister. He can appoint a technocrat or a civil servant. I suspect that's what he'll probably end up doing.
It could all have been very different had the centrists and the left not come together to withdraw candidates in the second round to avoid splitting the vote. But whether they will be able to work together as effectively in the new parliament, well, that's a different matter entirely. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
FSN is an independent source of news for TV, radio and digital networks worldwide. You can find more of our minute-by-minute updates on Twitter. Follow us there at Feature Story. And we have a wealth of audio and video stories from our global news bureaus on Facebook. You can find us there by following Feature Story News. Stay tuned for further updates right here. But for now, that is the latest Feature Story News. Ishan Garg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The premier level pullers are still on hiatus, but don't go to sleep on the regionals. We've got two Midwestern circuits that are just hitting their stride. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. It has been a couple of weeks since we last had a grand national event on which to report, and it'll be a couple more until we have another one. So this week, let's talk regional polling. We'll start with Region 2. Two unexpected shades of green occupy the top spots in Light Limited Super, Zach Kramer's Deutz, and Mike Monreal's Mean Green Oliver with 2 wins. Hayden Shaw's Haymaker has won both appearances for the Classic Super so far, and it's another Oliver ahead of the pack in Super Farm, where the Caseys look to make their totally exposed V8 the second Enderley qualifier in the family. With a win and a second apiece, Hayden Arnold's Wrapped Up and Chris Kane's Aces Wild sit tied atop the 5-0 leaderboard. There's also a tie in Eastern Light Pros between Colton Zundel's Steel City Smoker and Kevin Banyan's Forgiven. And never enough, Jordan Stroud's lead over Dennis Goodsman's Big Sexy Massey is a slim 1 point in the West. Same story for Jerry Martin's 50-20 deer. It's 1 ahead of Jonathan Meyer's Bullheaded Binder in 4-1. The Bombers' I Got This holds the top spot by 7 in the Northwest Hot Farm after 2 W's, and it's second by 2 behind the Carrington's Endless in the Southeast. Just 3 hooks in the books for the two-wheel drive, and all have been won by Chad Mayhill and P5, which leads both the Northwest and Southeast standings. The four-wheelers are 3 appearances in, and the Taylor's Grain Haulers Mafia, a 2-time past champ, leads by 6. Darren Young is in his usual spot in the Superstock 4-wheel drive lead with Livewire after 2 wins, but is only 1 ahead of Luke Simeon's Out of the Blue. Calvin Logan's looking to defend his Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 title with Running Out of Room, leading the East by 5. And Nick Stom's return with a Frank Power Wagon is a workmanlike effort. They're up by 1 in the West after 4 hooks. Dave Lacey's Triple Play Unchained holds the top spot in minis, having won half of the 4 hooks thus far. Ken Miller occupies the pole for the Northwest Modified title aboard Corn and Soybean Special, while the Bargees Judge has whistled its way to a 2-point lead over its trailer mate, the Jury, in the Southeast. In Terramax Region 3, the Light Supers are led by the Red Thunder team and the Light Limiteds by Jeremy Ross Mohawk Warrior after only Ellsworth. That's also true for Dwayne Bauer's Beaver Hunter in Heavy Super and Tim Pysig's Fallout in Modified Mini. In Super Farm, the Hustler of Jeff Martine is a Toma champion. After a second in Lancaster, he leads his race by 4. Al Cook got his light pro stock season started off right with Black Thunder by earning a first and a second to go with a weekend crown. Jeremy Pletz's big one won on Saturday in Toma, but Cook won again in Lancaster for a 7-point bulge. In 4-1 pro stock, Dean Liskey followed up his Rockwell 2023 sweep with a Thursday win in Toma and another at the Full Throttle Shootout, and owns a 2-point margin with Killing Time. Wisconsin has absorbed a double shot of Corey Kielmeyer in 2-wheel drive, as the Minnesotan racked up victories in Ellsworth and Lancaster so far for a 2-point advantage. In 4-wheel drive, the Suki's Totally Geared has returned to championship form with a win, 2 seconds, and a 3-point lead, and Ron Tuma's Goliath took all the slings and arrows Ellsworth and Watford City can muster and stands 6 points ahead in Superstock Truck. We'll hit the Toma GN Class Champions next week. Just enough time left this week to tell you about upcoming regional action in Charlotte, Michigan on Thursday and Friday, July 11th and 12th. Decorah and Eagle Grove, Iowa take their turns those 2 nights respectively. And Wilmington, Ohio and River Falls, Wisconsin occupy Saturday the 13th ahead of Greensburg, Indiana on Monday the 15th. Visit ntpapull.com for classes and times. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
What do you say? Another hour underway, and we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Hello to Rick in Columbus. Up and at 'em, a new day. Where indeed you're supposed to get some what's left of barrel. That's going to be in the mix. Yeah, we're going to see some of that as well. Yeah, they do tell us we could see a few stronger thunder showers. Could still see a little bit of rotation with the system, so. Jacob says, hello, Steve Summers in the Overnight Drive, 77 degrees, Kingsport, Tennessee this morning. Meanwhile, there's Jeff. Morning, Steve, in the Overnight Drive family, quietly making noise over here in Mason, Ohio tonight. All right, real quick, light before I get to No Handle Dave. Got a message from him this past day. You're talking about people that actually have a desire to, let's go out to Death Valley. Yeah, there's a reason it's called Death Valley. 120-something degrees this time of year. It's pretty common, right? We left off with like every week there. There's 1 to 3 calls for medical assistance, someone dealing with heat-related stress. Now, they said folks get excited about experiencing the warmest temperatures they've ever experienced before. Really? People get excited about that? Sometimes they forget. If about an hour ago they were hot and started to feel nauseous, they need to spend the rest of the day in air conditioning, because that could be the earliest signs of heat illness. If you warm up and never properly cool down, your body does not get a chance to reset. So yeah, I mean, where do you cool off in the middle of Death Valley? Unless the AC's working in your car or truck. You ain't got no AC on that motorcycle, do you? All right, No Handle Dave says, Steve, here we go again. Closures in Indy. I expect major backups on I-70, I-65 downtown, and leading up to the downtown area. So if drivers can avoid the area or adjust their travel times, that would be highly recommended. Glad to hear you had a good vacation and that you enjoyed my birthday on the 4th. Very good. Good to hear you back on the air. Time just seems to drag on when I can't listen to you. But I'll be out there. I'll listen into the podcast later this afternoon. And stay safe, all the drivers out there. So No Handle Dave, still doing the solar-powered driving thing, daytime driving. But what he's referencing is Indianapolis. It'll be a familiar story, but in reverse for Indianapolis drivers. This week, the Indiana DOT will close I-465 northbound between I-65 and I-70 for a 3-week pavement project. Now, this will allow crews to perform pavement repairs, joint repairs, bridge deck work along the I-465 southeast corridor. A similar closure affected the southbound lanes that started on May the 31st. They wrapped that up on June the 22nd. I'm not going to go through all the list of ramps that'll be closed, but several ramps to northbound and eastbound 465 will indeed close as part of the project, preventing traffic from entering the interstate. Those closures will come in several waves beginning on Friday. Are there any lane closures? Yes. On weekdays, traffic on 465 northbound will be reduced to 3 lanes between I-465, the I-70 interchange, to 56th Street. On weekends, traffic will be reduced to 2 lanes. Why are they closing the entire interstate? They could have elected for a series of staggered, localized closings. That strategy would likely span several months and inconvenience drivers on a day-by-day basis, they say. Closing the interstate entirely allows crews to work on the interstate without worrying about oncoming vehicles, and they can work around the clock, including at night, 7 days a week. Now, this northbound project is slated to last 21 days, similar to the southbound work. They plan to reopen the northbound side by the morning commute on August 5. Just like the southbound project, crews will have 3 weeks to get as much done as they possibly can in that time frame, in that span. So I guess that gets underway in a few short days here. Heads up in and around Indianapolis. Big time travel delays. All right, the hits keep on coming for Boeing. Wow. Just this past day, a couple of short headlines. The latest incident, a United Airlines jet lost a main landing gear wheel while taking off from Los Angeles, according to the carrier this past day. The United Flight 1001 safely landed in Denver after losing one wheel on takeoff. According to the carrier in an emailed statement, We're investigating what caused this event, adding there were no reported injuries on the Boeing aircraft or on the ground. Boeing did not respond immediately to Reuters' request for comment. Meanwhile, on the same day, Monday, the Federal Aviation Administration said that they're requiring inspections of 2,600 Boeing 737 airplanes because passenger oxygen masks could fail during an emergency. That's not good. The FAA said they're requiring the inspections of 737 MAX and NG airplanes after multiple reports of passenger service unit oxygen generators shifting out of position, an issue that could result in an inability to provide supplemental oxygen to passengers during a depressurization event. And that could be life and death literally in a matter of minutes. Boeing on June 17th issued a bulletin to airlines that was calling for visual inspections. So as I said, the hits just keep on coming for Boeing. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it on a quiet Tuesday morning. Let me give you a couple of updates here. I don't think I had mentioned... spoke to Double R. It's probably been about a week ago. Of course, where Anita had the heart attack there while we were actually in Louisville, Mid-America Truck Show. She's been going through a bunch of different things. I guess they, and I don't know if she was doing the stress test thing that you have to do, and obviously had a heart attack. And now this is just last week. I'm not sure if she was doing the treadmill thing or whether they gave her like the injection to get the heart racing. But of course, she ended back in the hospital. They had slated her to have open heart this past Friday, but apparently Friday, when we went to check in, they postponed it to Monday. Apparently, her blood was too thin, I guess. So they had to take her off the blood thinners. And this past day, indeed, she had the surgery. Now, it wasn't where I guess they called it bypass surgery, but it was some sort of robotic surgery, as they call it. So they didn't actually, like, open up the chest kind of things. You got, like, 3 little holes in the side, but the robotic surgery, I checked in with Double R here just before showtime. He said he was pretty jacked up right now. It had been a long day. He went home to get some rest, but he was relieved that she went through the surgery. Everything was fine. She seems to be doing well. So I just wanted to update folks on that because several had asked how Anita's been doing. So, and if I understood correctly, seeing as she didn't have to have like the open heart thing, Double R made it sound like she should be able to be back on her feet and maybe back out driving truck again in fairly short order. Nothing quite as extensive as the time you have to be off the road if you actually have the open heart. That's the best of my recollection to pass that on. So prayers for Anita that she has the speedy recovery, everything goes well. But yeah, she's been through a lot in the past few months. I guess they always say if you're going to have a heart attack, the best place to do it's when you're right there in the hospital, during the stress test, because they're monitoring everything and they can immediately get you what you need and where you need to be and all that. Meanwhile, I got a phone call from the son, young Stephen, who's been out after being injured in a training session with the canine officers. It wasn't his dog. These guys go out there and several of them, they're working together, and I guess, somebody volunteers to put on the bite suit and whatnot, and they're training the dogs. It was another local jurisdiction here in our Cincinnati metro area, the dog that went to take him down, and he injured his knee. Now, he's been waiting, finally did have the MRI, got those results this past day, and I guess it's almost like worst case scenario. I know the princess wrote down all the details, but it's like a completely torn, is it ACL, then a partially torn, the other ligament else. I mean, I guess the way he explained it, he's going to be facing a surgery that's going to have him off of work for a rather extended period of time. I mean, maybe for several months, the way it sounds. They can't even do the surgery till sometime in August, the way he put it. So he may be off, out of work, July, August, September, and maybe even all the way up damn near to cruise time. He was kind of questioning Dad, I don't know if I'm going to be able to go on the cruise. So I'll see if I can go find the notes where she wrote that down. It wasn't just those 2 ligaments. It was something else as well. It's like that day, he tore everything up in his knee. Meanwhile, let me see here. I got a couple of messages from Pappy here. We were talking last evening about how are you going to replace someone like Joe Biden on the ballot. He shared a little blurb from the American Wire, which the headline says, "They may be stuck with Jell-O Joe. The legal quagmire of replacing President Biden." That's the headline. In Wisconsin, for example, a candidate cannot be removed from the ballot unless they die. Any person who files nomination papers and qualifies to appear on the ballot may not decline nomination, according to Wisconsin law. The name of that person shall appear upon the ballot except in the case of death of the person. In Nevada, on the other hand, changes cannot be made to the ballot after 5 p.m. on the 4th Friday in June, which is come and gone, of the said election year, unless the nominee dies or is adjudicated insane or mentally incompetent. All these things, rules differ from state to state, right? In the state of Georgia, if the president were to withdraw from the ballot less than 60 days before the presidential election, his name would still remain on the ballot, although none of those votes would be counted. I guess just a few examples of, like they're saying, the legal quagmire that they find themselves in. Now, all I know is there's more and more calling for Joe to step aside, step down. See if I can find that here. I had that in the mix where some of the latest names. Senior House Democrat urging Biden to leave the race. Representative Adam Smith calling on Biden to end his re-election bid, becoming the most senior Democrat lawmaker to make such a public appeal, according to The Hill, during an interview on CNN's Jake Tapper on The Lead. Smith, who is the top Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee, said, "Well, look, I think he should step aside. I think it's become clear that he's not the best person to carry the Democratic message. Our constituents are bringing it up. The country is bringing it up. The campaign strategy of just be quiet and fall in line and let's ignore it is simply not working," he said. Now, his comments after a private phone call on Sunday in which he and 3 other senior House Democrats discussed their belief that Biden should withdraw from the race, according to sources familiar with the call. Now, in addition to Smith, the lawmakers urging Biden to step down include Representatives Jerry Nadler, Joe Morella of New York, Mark Takano of California. All 4 actually hold influential positions on key committees. Nadler on the Judiciary Committee, Takano on the Veterans Affairs Committee, Morello on the House Administration Committee. Their unified stance brings the number of congressional Democrats publicly suggesting Biden reconsider his candidacy to nearly a dozen now.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Garg. US President Joe Biden has told those who think he is not fit to serve another term as president to challenge him at the Democratic Convention in August. The president is trying to address growing concerns within his party about his mental fitness for the job. Biden also sent a letter to Democratic lawmakers on Tuesday saying he is firmly committed to staying in the race. Meanwhile, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre faced a barrage of questions at Tuesday's briefing about multiple visits by a Parkinson's expert to the White House.
I can tell you this, just going back to Parkinson's for a little bit, so to give you some answers here. Has the president been treated for Parkinson's? No. Is he being treated for Parkinson's? No, he's not. Is he taking medication for Parkinson's? No. So those are the things that I can give you full-blown answers on, but I'm not going to confirm a specialist, any specialist that comes to the White House.
The Philippines has rejected China's accusation that its grounded warship on the contested Second Thomas Shoal in the South China Sea had damaged the coral reef ecosystem in the area. Instead, it's laying the blame for damaging the marine environment on Beijing and called for an independent third-party marine scientific assessment of the causes of coral reef damage in the South China Sea.
The Philippines has said China has caused untold damage to the maritime environment, affecting the livelihoods of thousands of Filipino fisherfolk. But China said it was Philippine warships which had been illegally beached that had damaged the ecosystem. A tiny contingent of the Filipino Navy has kept watch aboard a marooned warship that has served as an outpost in the South China Sea since the 1990s. China claims almost all the South China Sea. China has dredged up sand and coral to build artificial islands in the disputed waters, and Beijing and Manila have seen escalating encounters between their coast guards in the South China Sea.
South Korea is ending all punitive steps against striking doctors. More than 12,000 trainees have walked out since February in protest to the government increasing medical school seats.
More than 90% of the country's trainees have now walked out of their internships and fellowships, joined by thousands of professors and seniors in solidarity against the increase of medical school allotments from 3,000 to just over 4,500, and to reportedly tough conditions, long hours, and vulnerability to legal action. The government at first issued a return-to-work ultimatum of March 1, threatening license suspensions and benefit cuts. 4 months later, the walkout continues, and the government is now backing down. It's withdrawing its plan to suspend licenses in an attempt to reach a breakthrough. It's even promising special favors to returning doctors as demands on the health sector grow.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands-off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, meanwhile, we may get some interesting news here this week. According to the report, former President Donald Trump is poised to reveal his vice presidential pick. They're saying by next Monday. According to senior advisor Jason Miller, who spoke to ABC News, Miller also spoke on an appearance on Fox and Friends. He said it could happen anytime this week. By this time next Monday, we will know who President Trump has selected as his running mate. Miller mentioned the announcement could occur anytime this week, potentially aligning with the start of the Republican National Convention that begins next Monday. All right, anytime this week. Right up until the first day of the convention, he said. In a conversation that ventured into Democrat speculation, Miller suggested that President Biden and Vice President Harris might not ultimately be the Democrat ticket. As we've been talking, all these calls for Biden to step down, which of course he continues to dismiss the concerns about his performance as just a bad day. While Miller did not provide specific names from Trump's list of potential running mates, he indicated that Trump has considered options beyond Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. Last month, Trump kind of hinted he'd made up his mind, And right around the convention, maybe a little before. Yeah, that's what he said while he was on the campaign trail. Either way, preparations for the announcement are well underway. Sources told ABC News that a plane for the future Republican vice presidential nominee is ready in an airport hangar. And the pick is scheduled to attend a fundraiser next week in Milwaukee during the Republican National Convention. Despite the readiness, campaign officials claim they do not know Trump's final selection. Some reported candidates also assert they've not been informed. Now, J.D. Vance said on Meet the Press that he has not received a call from Trump regarding the vice president spot. I've not got the call. And I'll certainly, maybe not the first person that I let know if that happened, but we'll let the media know if I get that call. Also, Marco Rubio said he's unaware of any discussions about joining Trump's ticket. I've heard nothing. I know nothing. You probably know more than I do about it. Donald Trump has a decision to make. He'll make it when he needs to make it. He'll make a good decision, said Rubio. So everybody kind of, if Trump's told anybody, they're all definitely keeping the secret for sure. All right, see if we can pick up on Gilligan this morning. Hi there.
Hey, Steve, I thank you for taking my call. So let me get this straight. I think you said it was Wisconsin and Utah that a dead person will be taken off the ballot, right?
That's correct.
But I guess they can vote. They're still there, can't they? How many times
the dead people can still vote. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of them come out, they go get the names out of the cemetery and stuff. That's been going on for years. Yeah. Now, Steve, I tell you what, I think we're going to have to get ServPro, whatever it is, into the skyscraper. Man, we got a mess up there. Man, I don't know. I'm beginning to wonder about the Jolly Green Giant. He set up his grill right next to the building. You ought to see the smoke all over the windows. Look at them huge windows. To overlook the thriving metropolis of Highview, and they are just covered in smoke. It's a mess. He did actually win the competition. We had to disqualify Double Trouble. He had an idea, and I guess it was a good idea, but man, it was not good results. He added Hot Shots Secret Stiction Eliminator to his cicadas. He said that way he could loosen things up for people,
Oh, boy.
Get constipated or whatever. And Charlie's been drunk since Tuesday. He couldn't even see the event. I couldn't find right-wing nuts.
And I think we lost Gilligan. Did he drop off the face of the earth just like flipping a light switch? Yes, he did. All right. Can't find him with a search warrant. It's 844-844-3380. I think Carl's going to be checking in here. Hey, just follow your GPS. That'll get you there every time. Or not. This driver in Utah ended up stuck on a dirt road on a Utah mountaintop after Google led him there on a shortcut. According to authorities, they only identified him as a 23-year-old man in his Toyota Tercel, stuck on Independence Day, no less, on the west side of Strawberry Peak. Wasatch County Search and Rescue says this was the shortcut that Google recommended between Springville and Vernal. The driver was uninjured, but search and rescue responded to help him off the mountain. That rescue took approximately 3 hours, according to officials. Wasatch County, about 100 miles southeast of Salt Lake City. They had some photographs posted there. It looks like he's stuck in the mud. When you're taking the shortcut and you end up on the gravel road and then the dirt road, and all of a sudden it's nothing but mud. You know, at some point you'd think maybe I should turn around, but I don't know how the hell they got the vehicle off the mountaintop ultimately. But all right, see what's going on with Carl here on a Tuesday morning. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. I've had a very nice vacation this past week up in Boston and Boston area, Billerica, Massachusetts up there. It was a really great vacation. I needed that very much. And but all of these things that have happened here in the recent days with Joe Biden, and I just can't see him lasting until November. But they may be able to prop him up. I don't know. But as far as the Democrat National Convention goes, now they play a big role in whether or not he's going to make it or not, because they have every opportunity. Their delegates can vote whether or not he's on ballots in different states or not. They can pick who they want to be their nominee, and that's very legal for them to do that. They can pick Kamala if they want to. They can pick Jeffries if they want to. And I'm expecting something like Jeffries to emerge here pretty soon. But Kamala would be hard to pass up for them. But as a matter of fact, to be quite honest, I would think that it would be best that every single Democrat be given a cognitive test, actually, because of the way that they are doing things and their platform and their political ways of doing things. Joe Biden, he has committed criminal acts ever since January 20th of 2021. And he sat down to the table and he got rid of every policy that Trump had going on that was positive for America. And he just wiped it all out. He would have been best to leave it all on cruise control and maybe tweak a few things here and there. He would have been better off. Let's just put it that way. I mean, I just don't understand why the Democrats think that they're so smart. And Joe Biden came up here, he says the elites in the Democrat Party thinks that they're so smart. Well, he's one of those elites. He is making big money off of these countries here, and that's one reason why he doesn't want to leave the office. He is making super big money off of China. He's getting it left and right, and he's just getting money here and there, and all of this money, taxpayer money that he's sending to the Ukraine, all of that is being funneled. Some of it, as a matter of fact, is being funneled back to Joe Biden. I guarantee that. But here we got things going on with Iran and this and that and the other. Things are happening all over the world. He says that he put down Putin. Where did he put down Putin at? I'd like to know. You know? I mean, Putin has just now recently launched a big missile, one of the supersonic missiles, into the Ukraine to extend the war. And what is he going to do about that? Because it was a children's hospital, okay? I mean, what is he doing about that? And he's telling Israel how to operate a war over there at the same time? He doesn't know how to do anything, Joe Biden doesn't. I mean, I wouldn't trust him to butter a piece of bread. It's just ridiculous, the activity that's going on in our White House. And this neurologist, that came and visited there 8 times. Is he the one responsible for leaving the baggies of cocaine in the White House? I don't know. I mean, what's going on in our White House? And it's going to need a super clean, let's put it that way, when Trump gets in there, because it is dirty. It is filthy. It is rotten right now to the core. That White House is, and Trump does have plenty of candidates he can pick from. Plenty of good candidates for vice president. Plenty of them. I mean, each and every one of them ought to be doing something in the administration. And I would bring up Ben Carson as not as vice president, but I think that he would be best in the
Surgeon
in
General.
the health field.
Yeah, Surgeon General.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. I agree. Surgeon General. I couldn't think of the name right off the top of the head, but Surgeon General is written all over Ben Carson, and I couldn't understand it last time. Housing and urban development is what he did before, but. But he did an excellent job. He did an excellent job at it. But Surgeon General is written all over that man. I cannot understand some of the appointments that Trump made last time. But, you know, maybe he'll know better this time. And I'll just I'll leave it at that. And thank you, Steve, for taking my call. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
Good to hear from you, Carl, and I'm glad you enjoyed a few days off there in the Northeast. Hopefully had some good weather while you were there as well. Hey, back in to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, let's get back to the call on a Tuesday. Or for the likes of Brain Dead, it's supposedly Friday.
Yeah, buddy, I can't wait. I got some friends coming over named Jim, Jack, and Jose, but I hope they're not going to bring their friend Bud over, Oh, let me get a response to Gouger. I heard him at the top of the show, and, what he's saying about Kroger is dead on. Kroger does take care of their people and people coming into the facility, and it really doesn't surprise me how they did the drivers down there. The guards and the other people I can't answer for, but, if he really wants to see an eye-opening experience, delivered to the stores, because we're treated like redheaded stepchildren. They got their own little agenda. But I heard Eagle talking about Memphis, and he was talking about the shooting, the murder at the Loves. Now, Steve, I posted on my page over the weekend. I don't think it made it to the fan page of yours, I don't remember if I emailed it to you, but in that incident, they called a 18-year-old and, yes, a 13-year-old. I didn't stutter. 13-year-old, and he's charged with capital murder. Now, they also they stole a car. They did the robbery at the Lowe's. There was a robbery, if I remember right, and then they tried to steal another car or something. You would have to find the story at WRAG or one of the news stations here. So, but yeah, I mean, it is sad. Now, I do agree with what he's saying about Memphis, because the problem is the police chief. Knucklebuster can, if he's listening, he could back me up on this. The police chief we got here is garbage. I mean, she lost her own service gun when they broke into her car. I mean, just this past week or last week, I can't remember, the city council cut her pay by $30,000 because of what's going on with the crime in this city and what a bad image that we're having. So, where do you start, Steve? Where do you start? So, let's switch gears here. Let's get a little NASCAR news out the way. Now, Steve, do you know who Haley Deegan is?
Not familiar.
Haley Deegan is a young lady who's trying to come up through NASCAR. Now, before I say this, I want to say that women do belong in NASCAR, yes, but they need to be competitive. Look at Danica Patrick. Mm-hmm. She tried to go to Cup Series. How many wins does she have? I'm not looking at the record book. Probably maybe one win. She came from IndyCar. And if I remember right, Juan Pablo Montoya came from IndyCar to NASCAR, and he said that the cars are a lot more tougher because they're heavier. So this young lady was replaced before the Chicago street race with Joey Logano. And, you know, she is a full-time Xfinity driver. She is the last in the cutoff, last in the points for full-time drivers at 27th place. But so far this year, in 17 races, she's only had two top 15 finishes. Because Eric Almirola is right there. He's only raced 5 times this year, and it's like 3 points above her, three spots above her. So obviously, with Joey Logano stepping in for the race in Chicago, it kind of sent a message to AMR Racing that, hey, it's not the equipment that's the problem, it's the driver. And over the last two road course races, she's finished 30th or worse. So wouldn't you want to change out for somebody else, Steve?
I'm not thinking that sounds like a good wager, betting on a driver with that kind of record.
Yeah, but Steve, this past day, the Twitter machine blew up, just totally blew up. Now, you know who Bubba Wallace is. Everybody else knows who Bubba Wallace is. Apparently, Bubba Wallace intentionally slammed into Alex Bowman after he won the race Sunday at Chicagoland. Now, there are fans that are asking for a fine, a penalty, a banishment of some kind for Bubba Wallace and what he did. Okay, you know what? That's fine and all, but it's also racing. It happens. You're on the Chicago street course. But the one thing they're not telling you is Chase Elliott and Daniel Suarez got into it at the same time on the cool-down lap. Now, why? Chase Elliott did the same thing Bubba Wallace did, but it was because he was dumped or wrecked out by Suarez on the last lap. So, I mean, I could see the tensions flying and whatnot. I mean, earlier this year, you had at Richmond, you had Martin Truex Jr. on the cool-down lap try to take out Denny Hamlin too. So, me personally, I don't fine them. I let them go. But the thing you've got to remember, though, is Bubba Wallace is 45 points below the cutoff line, and he is having a dismal season. And if I was him, I wouldn't be worried about wrecking race cars. I wouldn't be worried about getting back to anybody. The problem I would be worried about is a job, because
because he may be out of one. Okay. Hey, we got to pause there.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Garg. U.S. President Joe Biden has told those who think he is not fit to serve another term as president to challenge him at the Democratic Convention in August. The president is trying to address growing concerns within his party about his mental fitness for the job. Biden also sent a letter to Democratic lawmakers on Tuesday saying he is firmly committed to staying in the race. Meanwhile, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre faced a barrage of questions at Tuesday's briefing about multiple visits by a Parkinson's expert to the White House.
I can tell you this. Just going back to Parkinson's for a little bit, so to give you some answers here. Has the president been treated for Parkinson's? No. Is he being treated for Parkinson's? No, he's not. Is he taking medication for Parkinson's? No. So those are the things that I can give you full-blown answers on, but I'm not going to confirm a specialist, any specialist that comes to the White House.
The Philippines has rejected China's accusation that its grounded warship on the contested second Thomas Shoal in the South China Sea had damaged the coral reef ecosystem in the area. Instead, it's laying the blame for damaging the marine environment on Beijing and called for an independent third-party marine scientific assessment of the causes of coral reef damage in the South China Sea.
The Philippines has said China has caused untold damage to the maritime environment, affecting the livelihoods of thousands of Filipino fisherfolk. But China said it was Philippine warships which had been illegally beached that had damaged the ecosystem. A tiny contingent of the Filipino Navy has kept watch aboard a marooned warship that has served as an outpost in the South China Sea since the 1990s. China claims almost all the South China Sea. China has dredged up sand and coral to build artificial islands in the disputed waters, and Beijing and Manila have seen escalating encounters between their coast guards in the South China Sea.
South Korea is ending all punitive steps against striking doctors. More than 12,000 trainees have walked out since February in protest to the government increasing medical school seats.
More than 90% of the country's trainees have now walked out of their internships and fellowships, joined by thousands of professors and seniors in solidarity against the increase of medical school allotments from 3,000 to just over 4,500, and to reportedly tough conditions, long hours, and vulnerability to legal action. The government at first issued a return-to-work ultimatum of March 1, threatening license suspensions and benefit cuts. 4 months later, the walkout continues, and the government is now backing down. It's withdrawing its plan to suspend licenses in an attempt to reach a breakthrough. It's even promising special favours to returning doctors as demands on the health sector grow.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, what happens next in France following the shock defeat over the weekend of the far right in the second round of the country's election. Tactical voting, and indeed tactical candidate offerings by the left-leaning New Popular Front and President Emmanuel Macron's centrists put paid to the right streams of dominating the government. But with a hung parliament looming, what will the future governing arrangements look like in Paris? Correspondent Peter Allen is there.
So what we have now, we have nobody with an absolute majority, and instead a hung parliament, which makes it very hard for Emmanuel Macron to appoint a prime minister or indeed a government. Emmanuel Macron now has to work out who he wants as the next prime minister. The president of France can rule by decree, for example. Emmanuel Macron's been doing that for a couple of years now. He's not had a majority in the National Assembly. That's easily forgotten. He doesn't even have to appoint a prime minister, a politician as prime minister. He can appoint a technocrat or civil servant. I suspect that's what he'll probably end up doing.
It could all have been very different had the centrists and the left not come together to withdraw candidates in the second round to avoid splitting the vote. But whether they will be able to work together as effectively in the new parliament, well, that's a different matter entirely. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
FSN is an independent source of news for TV, radio and digital networks worldwide. You can find more of our minute-by-minute updates on Twitter. Follow us there at Feature Story. And we have a wealth of audio and video stories from our global news bureaus on Facebook. You can find us there by following Feature Story News. Stay tuned for further updates right here. But for now, that is the latest Feature Story News. Ishan Garg reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup in internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy
economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome. That means we're officially into a Tuesday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Get back to the calls here. Finish up with Brain Dead. Thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you, Steve. I totally forgot about Tom. But now, with Bubba Wallace, though, he does need to step down and go back to a lower series because I honestly think they progressed him up way too fast. He's not competitive. I mean, when you look at 23XI's equipment, they're an affiliate of Gibbs. And Gibbs' equipment is not subpar. So the big thing to watch this year is, does Bubba Wallace get replaced? Now, if he does get replaced, the $1 million question is who? Because now you have several drivers on the market. The one I would look to go after is Noah Gregstone. That's who I would be going for if Bubba Wallace was to be replaced. Now, honest and truly, though, if Bubba was to step down into Xfinity, he could go to Junior Motorsports because Junior Motorsports is by far one of the premier Chevrolet teams in all of Xfinity. And they have they're heavily allianced with Hendrick. So obviously it's not the equipment, it's the drivers, Steve. But, oh, by the way, we need to have a talk with Dingbat, Steve. I swear, this poor woman, I don't know what to do with her no more. You know, we were sitting there getting ready to go to bed today, so she had to go to work. You know, Facebook, right? They have all those little personality tests. You know, answer these questions, and you're this and that and the other, right? You know those.
Sure.
Well, she took one of these, and would you believe what she came back with on this personality test?
Oh boy, I hate to ask.
The gas station ham sandwich. Bada bing.
It is 9 past the hour. Well, are our vehicles, cars, trucks, are they trying to kill us? Your car may be emitting toxic chemicals. A recent study found drivers are inhaling cancer-causing chemicals in their vehicles. These toxic chemicals used as flame retardants in newer cars that can cause brain fog, irritability, hormonal imbalance, and a host of other health issues. Even worse, there have been tests that confirm up to 250 other toxic chemicals inside most cars, even those environmentally friendly electric cars. That means your brand new electric car, or most cars under 4 years old, could be poisoning you every time you take a drive. This study showed even vehicles 9+ years old are still off-gassing these toxic flame retardants. Drivers and passengers breathing in potentially cancerous chemicals while in their vehicle, according to the new study. Organophosphate ester flame retardants were detected in the cabin of all 101 vehicles tested, indicating a route for human exposure to chemicals of concern from our vehicles. Now, I'm sure if they're using these flame retardants in the seats, it's the seat foam, the seat cushioning in your cars, I presume it's also in the big trucks, right? Published May 7 in Environmental Science and Technology, they analyzed the cabin air of 101 electric, gas, and hybrid vehicles across 30 states, model years 2015 to 2022. 99% of the cars contained a flame retardant called TCIPP, which is currently under investigation by the U.S. National Toxicology Program as a potential carcinogen. Also, most cars had 2 more flame retardants that are considered carcinogenic. Now, considering the average driver spends about an hour in their car every day, that's a pretty significant public health issue, according to the lead researcher at Duke University. It's particularly concerning for drivers with longer commutes as well as child passengers who breathe more air pound for pound than adults do. But according to this study, levels of toxic flame retardants were also higher in the summer as heat increases the release of chemicals from the car materials. The source of the cancer-causing compounds is the cabin air, is the seat foam. Flame retardants have been added to seat foam to meet requirements set by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standard, which were adopted all the way back in the 1970s and have not been updated since. It is 12 past the hour, and Eagle is back on board this morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to give a quick update on some things. On guy who called in a few minutes ago, the guy from Memphis, I forgot his name, but I just seen a TikTok video. They said that this race car driver, he's talking about Haley Diggins, she's been released from the team that she was associated with. She no longer be driving for them. They replaced her with somebody else, they say. And as far as Bubba Wallace goes, Steve, I don't think Bubba Wallace is going nowhere because he has the right skin color. Like I say, he drives for Michael Jordan. He drives for Michael Jordan's racing team. That's who owns his team. If it was any other car owner, he'd be out of a job right now. But I don't think Michael Jordan is going to release him due to the fact that he's black. He's the only black driver in NASCAR, at this time. And I'd be very surprised if Michael Jordan released him from his contract with 23 racing team, even though he's not getting the job done and he's not performing like he should. He's always going to pull that race card like he did a couple of years ago. So I think that he'll continue driving that car because he has the right skin color. Now let's move on to this other situation, Steve. I don't know if I told you earlier about the Houston situation. I've seen some more video. Yeah, you need to, during your break, if you get a chance, you need to take a look. I don't know if you have TikTok or any type of social media, but they have these, these drone footage where they got drones flying around Houston. And it's a damn shame, Steve, that the interstate, you can't even see the road. The Interstate 10 is basically a damn river. 10, 45, Interstate 45, all the major interstates around Houston are flooded out. So, and I don't think it's going to get no better. And now, anybody that's been to Houston before, especially during the summertime, the humidity and the heat is ridiculous. So it's just going to make it even worse. And these people ain't got no power, they ain't got no lights, don't know when the power going to come back on. People might resort to stealing and robbing and stealing. It's already got enough crime in the Houston area. But like I said before, Steve, this was only a Category 1 barely a Category 1 hurricane, and it's going to shut the whole damn city down. Houston, they better get ready and they better get prepared, because it's not a matter of if they're going to have a number 3 or 4, maybe even a 5 in the future. It's a matter of when, because they're in the right location. Anybody that's on the Gulf of Mexico, from Corpus Christi all the way back over to Florida, you in the hot zone. If you stand anywhere close to that Gulf of Mexico, you're subject to being hit by a hurricane. So Houston, they better figure out a plan, and they better figure it out real fast on what they're going to do about future hurricanes, because you can't have the whole damn city flooded out like this. This is ridiculous. And like I said, anybody that's traveling to Houston, you better make alternative plans. If you're thinking about driving through Houston on Interstate 10, it ain't going to happen unless you got a motorboat or something with you when you want to attach to your truck. Now, let's get back to Joe Biden, Steve. Let's go back to him right quick. Unfortunately, let's go back to this guy one more time, Joe Biden. Now, it's obvious now, Steve. You know, Joe Biden. Like I say, people with the disease that he has, older people, they speak out. They say things that they're not supposed to say. Joe Biden let it slip over the weekend that when he was talking about the race, he said that these people are trying to force me out. Now, you know damn well he wasn't supposed to say that somebody is trying to force him out of the race in 24. That's what he said, but he said he's not going nowhere. But just to show you how much, just in case people didn't know, just in case people didn't realize how bad Joe Biden's memory is, I'm going to give you a perfect example of what he said over the weekend, Steve, when he was talking about the race. He said, I'm not getting out of the race. He said, I beat Donald Trump before, and I'm going to beat Donald Trump again in 2020. He didn't even get the year right. He couldn't even get 24 right. He couldn't even get that right. He still said 2020 that he's going to beat Donald Trump the same way he did him the last time. That's a damn shame. That shows you how much this man has lost it when he can't even remember what year he's in. But here's the most insulting thing of it all, and like I've talked to you before about this woman, Steve, and why she still has a job on MSNBC is an insult. Well, why these 3 people have jobs at MSNBC is an insult, and that's the Morning Joe, which is a joke, and then you go to the Rachel Maddow, which is a super joke, and I already talked to you about Don Lemon. He's in the unemployment line, exactly where he belongs. CNN got rid of him over a year ago, and he still hasn't found no employment, and that's because he's the biggest joke on television. But now we got somebody else that needs to be in the unemployment line. Steve should have been in the unemployment line a long time ago, and that's Joy Reid. She's basically a black racist, just like Al Sharpton. She likes to talk about the whites. Whites are always discriminated against blacks. Well, it works both ways, Joy Reid. Blacks can also be racist, just in case nobody didn't tell you that. But she had the nerve to say over the weekend, Steve, that she would vote for Joe Biden even if he was in a coma. Now, how stupid can you be to come on a live television show and say that you would vote for a man that was in a coma? That's how much she hates Donald Trump.
Right.
That's how much she despises Donald Trump, that she would vote for Joe Biden if he was in a coma. What'd you say?
Hey, the never Trumpers that existed in 2020, many of them are still never Trumpers. And yeah, I guess you could put Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck or whoever you take your favorite fantasy character, and they're going to vote for him.
Yeah, well, like you said, Steve, Donald Trump is doing the right thing. A lot of people are saying, one of the subjects I want to cover before I hang up with you, but a lot of people are saying, why is Donald Trump so quiet right now? Why is he not talking about Joe Biden? Well, he doesn't have to talk about Joe Biden. Joe Biden and the Democrats are doing a good job. They're self-destructing on their own. Donald Trump doesn't have to put his 2 cents in about Joe Biden's mental capacity, about what's going on with the Democrats are doing it. They're infighting. They don't know what the hell to do right now, Steve. The Democrats, they have no idea what they are at a loss for words. They never thought that it was going to come down to this, that Donald Trump is leading and there ain't a damn thing they can do about it. And they got a man at the head of the table that's clearly not able to do the job. So these Democrats, they're infighting. Nobody, they're holding meetings after meetings at the White House. The top Democrats are going in and out of the White House trying to figure out what the hell to do with Joe Biden. Are we we going to keep this man on the ticket, or we going to take him off, or what the hell are we going to do? Because we got to figure out a way to beat Donald Trump, and they know damn well that Biden's not going to beat Donald Trump. But here's some good news for Donald Trump, Steve, and it shouldn't have been to begin with. And I was completely shocked when I heard this news came down over the 4th of July holiday when the judge in the New York case somehow decided that the July 11th doomsday date was going to be canceled and suspended and moved to September for the new so-called jail sentence. The reason why it was moved, because this guy has no case, Steve. He has no reason and he has no justice for putting Donald Trump in jail. If he would have put Donald Trump in jail on July the 11th, the whole world would have seen what kind of a banana republic we're running in America, that even that judge, as low-life scumbag as he is, he couldn't even make that move on July the 11th to put Donald Trump in handcuffs and place him in jail. That's why he moved the date to September, because even that spineless judge couldn't even stoop that low to put Donald Trump in jail on July the 11th, right before the Republican convention. So Donald Trump will be at the Republican convention, and he'll accept the nomination, and ain't a damn thing the Democrats can do is sit back and cry and try to figure out what they're going to do about Joe Biden. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
There you go.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
I just pulled up my messenger and see Miss Debbie said hello. Way back in hour number one, but yeah, good morning, Steve. It's a comfy 72 in Indiana. Only going up to about 78 today. We had a great vacation at Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada last week. Highly recommend it to anyone looking for a cool place to go. Anyway, hoping everybody stays safe out there today, especially my special driver, a.k.a. Woodpecker. Have a terrific Tuesday. There it is. All right, as the recovery efforts get underway there in Texas, ports along the Gulf Coast that had ceased operations before Beryl made landfall early Monday, packing 94-mile-an-hour winds. The ports in Houston, Corpus Christi, Galveston, Freeport, Texas City had all been shuttered Sunday morning after the Coast Guard had declared Condition Zulu. Under Port Condition Zulu, all vessel movement and cargo operations are restricted. All right, they said they'd provide an update about operations for the day ahead here, Tuesday. But of course, those ports, major shipping hubs for crude oil, gasoline, liquefied natural gas, so many other consumer commodities. But rainfall in the Houston area ranging from 5 to 8 inches. They saw storm surge 3 to 7 feet in parts of middle and upper Texas coastal areas. So I don't know where to double check if they've lifted Condition Zulu at this point, which I would assume they have, but still a lot of folks without power, and maybe in some cases these ports may be out of power. All right, so the original plan, the original forecast track, kind of shifted at the last minute over the last 48 hours. The storm making landfall there this past morning at Matagorda, Texas, about 95 miles south of Houston. 2 days earlier, the storm had been predicted to make landfall near or south of Corpus Christi. It was expected it was going to travel on up through Laredo, San Antonio, and Austin, Texas, where ultimately most of those areas were spared the brunt of the storm. For the most part, maybe a bit of rain, and that was about it. As we've seen time and time again, the tropical systems tend to do their own thing. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Hey, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time, like so many folks in Texas right now, breaking out those generators. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues at the same time. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Ukrainians are observing a day of mourning after a string of Russian missile attacks left 41 people dead and more than 100 injured. A children's hospital in Kiev was hit, among several buildings struck in the worst wave of blasts in several months. The Kremlin has denied targeting the hospital. Megumi Lim, our correspondent on the ground in Kiev, has more.
Search and rescue work at the Okhmatdyt Children's Hospital in Kiev began in the late morning hours on Monday and continued into the night and will continue today. This is Ukraine's largest children's hospital, known for treating cancer patients, and authorities believe there may still be people trapped under the rubble. Officials here say more than 100 children were evacuated from the medical center because power, oxygen, and water supplies were lost in the aftermath of the strike, and many sections of the hospital were also badly damaged. At least 2 people were killed and 16 people injured, including 7 children at this hospital. People are now trying to raise funds to repair the damages and to make sure these sick children can receive the care they need. Megumi Lim in Kiev.
NATO allies are pledging continued support for Ukraine to the tune of tens of billions of dollars as leaders gather in Washington, D.C. for meetings. They're also expanding cooperation with Australia, Japan, New Zealand and South Korea, Benji Hire reports.
The expanded 32-nation defence pact is vowing to pour more weapons into Ukraine for another year, yet the big prize, membership, is off the table for now. Instead, senior Biden administration officials say NATO will make other significant announcements, including, quote, new steps to bolster Ukraine's air defences. The US president is hosting an event on Thursday with his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky before holding a press conference to cap the three-day summit.
US President Joe Biden has told those who think he is not fit to serve another term as president to challenge him at the Democratic Convention in August. The president is trying to address growing concerns within his party about his mental fitness for the job. Biden also sent a letter to Democratic lawmakers on Tuesday saying he firmly committed to staying in the race, faced a barrage of questions at Tuesday's briefing about multiple visits by a Parkinson's expert to the White House.
It's not something that the president is dealing with. I can tell you this. Just going back to Parkinson's for a little bit, so to give you some answers here. Has the president been treated for Parkinson's? No. Is he being treated for Parkinson's? No, he's not. Is he taking medication for Parkinson's? No. So those are the things that I can give you full-blown answers on, but I'm not going to confirm a specialist, any specialist that comes to the White House.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Available at 844-844-3388. That Eagle was talking about, what was the Joy Reid, whatever, the CNN host. Yeah, the Never Trumpers, undoubtedly. Another that fits right in that category is good old Whoopi Goldberg. Yeah, the headline from Fox News yesterday, Whoopi Goldberg stays loyal to Biden amid calls for him to step down. I don't care if he's pooped his pants. She's going to vote for him. Yeah. Not a surprise. Meanwhile, health officials in Colorado, they tell us, investigating a human case of the plague. in a resident who contracted the infectious disease caused by the bacteria Yersinia pestis. The Pueblo Department of Public Health confirming the case in a statement on July 5, saying they're working with the Colorado Department of Public Health to investigate the case. They did not disclose details about the individual who contracted the plague, a potentially deadly disease known as the Black Death in the Middle Ages. How the individual became infected, or which specific form of plague this case was also unclear. NTD has contacted the Pueblo Department of Public Health for further comment. Did not hear back before publication here for this particular report. But we advise all individuals to protect themselves and their pets from plague. According to the program manager of the Office of Communicable Disease and Emergency Preparedness, if you develop symptoms, see a healthcare provider immediately. Plague can be treated successfully with antibiotics, but an infected person must be treated promptly to avoid serious complications or death, they say. This particular case, 10 months after a resident in southwest Colorado died of plague back in September. Human cases, obviously, are rare in this day and age. But health officials say it's important for residents to be aware of the symptoms and how to take preventive measures, typically transmitted to humans or animals through a bite from an infected flea. It can spread by touching infected animals or inhaling droplets from the cough of an infected person or animal. Steps you can take to avoid infection include getting rid of places where rodents can use to hide and breed, avoid contact with dead animals, treat your pets for fleas regularly, and use insect repellent with at least 20% DEET to prevent flea bites. They also advise Coloradans to keep pet food in rodent-proof containers and do not allow pets to sleep in your bed. Typical plague symptoms include sudden fever and chills, severe headache, muscle aches, nausea, vomiting, a feeling of illness, obviously. Common symptom is also swollen lymph nodes with pain. But according to the Centers for Disease Control, just 7 human cases of plague are reported in the United States in a typical year. Most of those cases are reported in northern New Mexico and Arizona. More than 80% of cases of recent decades have been what they call the bubonic plague, the most common form that can resolve in 3 to 5 days when treated via antibiotic. But don't hear much about it anymore, but I guess it still exists. All right, back to the phones we go at 844-844-3388. Pappy's on board. What's happening this morning, Pappy?
What's happening, man? What's this I'm hearing about little Steve?
Yeah,
I'm going to have to ask you about that the other day.
That wasn't the word he wanted
I haven't heard him on the radio.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what's he looking like? Getting surgery?
Yeah.
Months? I mean, you're talking months.
For recovery time?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't real pleased with the prognosis. So you got to look at it. There's an LCL, an ACL. Yeah, one of them's totally detached. The other one's partially torn. Then a little bit of a knee displacement, a kneecap or patella displacement. Or, I don't know. It sounds like he said he's going to be out for months.
Yeah. See, I take it he's probably going to workman's comp too.
Correct.
Yeah, Steve, let me tell you, I've had a couple of guys off just in the last few months. And one of the guys was trying to move a tree out of the roadway and messed his elbow up. Steve, I'll tell you what. Dealing with workman's comp, man, is one big pain in the caboose.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, man. They're probably going to fight, you know, even trying to get MRIs done. Well, he's probably past that point, but I don't know. Well, good luck to him, man. You know. How long's he been with them now? I'm trying to think.
Oh, it's been several years.
4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, you lose track of time, but it's been several years.
Well, I was just trying to figure out how much sick time he has on the books. That could become an issue. I don't know. Anywho, hey, you remember me, I don't know, several months ago talking about David Axelrod?
I do, yes.
He is, yeah.
You said he was what? He was like the mouthpiece for the Obama administration or something, wasn't he?
Yes, sir. Bongino brought it up today, too. He said, listen, when that man talks, just picture that is Obama talking.
Mm-hmm.
And he is coming out throwing the big guy overboard. So, word has got out that they want him out. The only reason they want him out is because, Steve, what do the Democrats need and want more than anything else? Power. They realize, I think Joe could not beat Trump in this election. So they want him out at all costs. Whether they're going to get him out remains to be seen. Steve, everything I'm hearing, I don't think you're going to be able to replace him, man. I think it's, if he does bow out, it's going to be Kamala and whoever she picks as a vice president to run with it, I guess. I'm hearing that there are like 37 states, that little thing I sent you, are locked in, man. They cannot put anybody else on the ballot except for that one line, which scares me. In case or unless of a death.
Right. But then what they also had, which one was it that had the mentally incompetent or whatever? Is that a clause that can...
Yeah. I guess maybe if they try the 25th Amendment, him, that might be an option, maybe. Steve, hey man, we can kick back, you know, pop the popcorn, man, drink a Skull Bucket, just enjoy the show that these people are melting down, man. Man, Steve, I take no pleasure in saying this, but I swear, man, you know what, we said it before, what are these people capable of, man? What if he flat out refuses? He just ain't going to go, no matter if the money dries up or what. Would they do the unthinkable and blame it on a Trump supporter? Ooh.
Right.
Well, wouldn't that stir the country up? Yeah, so I don't know. I don't think they can replace him. Maybe them two things is the only way.
I mean, we've been talking for years. Dr. Jill is actually the culprit that always Moving referred to her as elder abuse, forcing him to continue go out there day after day like this. And I'm seeing a lot of other headlines now that others are saying that it's elder abuse to continue to keep him running.
Steve, that reminds me, I'm glad you brought her up. I guess the inside word is she's the one that's keeping Joe, I guess, locked up with key and all. She's not allowing anybody getting close to him. The circle of people that get to have contact with Joe is very small. And if there's anybody out there, you know, you heard about who was wanting to have a meeting with Joe about discussing on having him step down. Was it Mark Warner? That's another one, Steve. Big, probably big deep stater, man. Democrat deep stater. Powerful man. Also, that meeting got canceled, rescheduled, or whatever they said. I'm telling you, I'll be willing to Jeff. Nope. You ain't going to sing. And Jill, kid, everything I'm hearing is Jill's like, Joe, you're doing great. You're up in the polls. The people want you to stay.
I mean, the day after, the day after the debate, talking to him like he's a 3-year-old, you answered all the questions. You knew all the responses. You did what a wonderful job you did.
See, this debate, man, is going to go down in history as the worst debate ever for any candidate, man. I mean, it was just, and I told you the day after, the night after the debate, because I knew, we all knew how the big guy is having issues, let's say. Right? But they were hiding it from everybody. So I honestly thought he didn't do that daggone bad. I was expecting, you know, we were all thinking there's going to be some major meltdown, which really didn't happen. He had his typical Joe Biden blunders, which just we all expected. But I guess the American people that don't pay attention to politics every day, like most of your listeners, saw this for the first time, and they were like, whoa, what the heck? And I think Obama put the word out, if he doesn't do well, we got to get him out. And you've seen how, man, they turned on him. I can only think of 2 other debates. I was the Kennedy-Nixon. I mean, I was 1 year old, 1960. But Nixon got whooped. Kennedy mopped the floor with him. The other one was Carter-Reagan, 1980. Steve, the old Gipper. It's the first time we heard this line. Are you off? Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Ronald Reagan said that line in a debate with Carter in 1980. And that was the big line, you know, that caught the debate. Usually there's a couple sound bites, you know, in each debate. See, these debates, and Bongino even talks about this. It's not about policy. We all know what the policies are. There are sound bites and snapshots. It's always a sound bite, you know, that will catch somebody. Oh, you know, I think I'll vote for him. I like what he said there. Or some snapshot. They played a tape. I seen it on, I forget where I saw it. But he was at a black rally. Mm-hmm. He was supposed to, I guess there was one lady there that was kind of like big wig. Steve, he walks right past her, right up to this white lady that was standing next to her, walks right past this lady and walks up to the white lady and I don't know if everybody else seen this or not. I think the media is trying to hide it. And the reason it was brought up, it was like, listen, Bill Clinton, dude was a politician, man. He just had the talk, the walk, you know. He knew, he was a politician, Steve. He knew what to do. After his first 4 years, when his numbers started going down, and all that Monica stuff, Steve, his numbers actually went up. And he learned how to play with Newt. He went from left, moved over to the center, and started getting deals done with Newt Gingrich. Became very popular. And like I said the other night, Steve, 66% of the Democrat voters do not want Biden to drop out. It's the mega donors, because they know that he probably can't win. That Disney heir made the comment, when I said she was going to stop funding the Biden campaign, I was mistaken, Steve. Abigail said, we need to stop funding the Democrat Party as a whole.
Yeah, the DNC. Yeah, that would be, House members, senators, across the board.
Yes, sir. That's why they're turning on us. So, when the money really dries up, and they're like, hey, let's jump on the bus and go campaign. And they're like, hey, we ain't got no money. We got no money for political ads. We got no money for signs. We don't want to have any money to pay people to go door to door. I don't know. Is that one way to force him out, or is he just going to be so stubborn, where nope, I'm staying in? And that's when you worry about what's possible. All right, my man. I guess one thing I was thinking, though, if you think of this, we talk about, pulling names or being able to put names on a ballot. There's always a write-in. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the Democrat Party could. Word has it Michelle is not going to run.
Right.
What was it? Was it NBC or CBS? I sent you that headline. Nope. They went to her probably, like I said, begging on hands and knees, man. She's like, not gonna do it.
And that headline was all the way back in March. Now, do you think things could change since then, or?
I don't know, man. I swore if I thought, if they were going to swap him out with somebody, if they had the one person that really worried me, if they got her in somehow, that scared me, man, because I'm telling you, you talk about the Democrats rallying around her, and a lot of independents too, was scary. Bongino's inside, because he was on Obama's detail, right? I mean, he knows these two, I don't want to say intimately, but he knows them very well. There's a lot of other people saying that she hates politics, that she didn't want no part of it. She didn't want Barack to run as a senator. He said you can't never say never, but he gives it a 1% chance that she would say yes and accept. Her mind is, right now, kick back and relax and enjoy life or save the country. Screw the country. My life's good. Seriously. My life's good. We're making millions and millions of dollars. we're set for life. Our kids are set for life. So, but, you know, that's what I was thinking. If she actually said yes, but they can't get her on these ballots, rally the troops to write her name in. Did you see that interview? I guess he was on, it was George Stephanopoulos. He tried to say that he draws as much big as the crowd as Trump.
And even George called him out on that. Even George said, "Oh, don't talk about crowds."
Even George was like, he almost started laughing. Like, come on, Joe, man. We know you're in cognitive decline here, but you trying to tell us you think you draw bigger crowds than Trump? All right, brother. Thanks for taking the call, man. Like
all right, one final tidbit. I saw the video you posted of you mentioned your neighbor's fireworks display. Good Lord Almighty! That,
yes, sir.
I mean, you weren't kidding. That guy, he must have spent a king's ransom on fireworks.
Steve, listen to this. That went on for 45 minutes like that.
Are you kidding me?
I put up a two. That one of them was kind of like the finale. The first one, there's two videos I posted with it. The first one, Steve, that went on for 45 minutes, nonstop. It was, yeah. Last year I figured, man, he had to spend $30,000-$40,000
for a display like that. Yes, and he had it all.
Yeah,
had it all wired up to fire them electronically and all that, like a professional display.
Yeah, you know, yeah, it was pretty unbelievable for a, you know, non-commercial civilian.
Yeah,
crazy.
Guarantees you ain't like me out there on the street with a cigarette lighter, lighting all those.
Right. Cigarette in one hand,
yeah,
skull busting in the other hand, and you're trying to figure out how am I going to light this thing, man.
All right, Pappy, have a good morning. There you go. Yep, we close out another hour there, so we'll be back after this as we roll into a Tuesday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Ukrainians are observing a day of mourning after a string of Russian missile attacks left 41 people dead and more than 100 injured. A children's hospital in Kiev was hit, among several buildings struck in the worst wave of blasts in several months. The Kremlin has denied targeting the hospital. Megumi Lim, our correspondent on the ground in Kiev, has more.
Search and rescue work at the Okhmatdit Children's Hospital in Kiev began in the late morning hours on Monday and continued into the night and will continue today. This is Ukraine's largest children's hospital known for treating cancer patients, and authorities believe there may still be people trapped under the rubble. Officials here say more than 100 children were evacuated from the medical center because power, oxygen and water supplies were lost in the aftermath of the strike, and many sections of the hospital were also badly damaged. At least 2 people were killed and 16 people injured, including 7 children at this hospital. People are now trying to raise funds to repair the damages and to make sure these sick children can receive the care they need. Megumi Lim in Kiev.
NATO allies are pledging continued support for Ukraine to the tune of tens of billions of dollars as leaders gather in Washington, D.C. for meetings. They're also expanding cooperation with Australia, Japan, New Zealand and South Korea, Benji Haya reports.
The expanded 32-nation defence pact is vowing to pour more weapons into Ukraine for another year, yet the big prize, membership, is off the table for now. Instead, senior Biden administration officials say NATO will make other significant announcements, including, quote, new steps to bolster Ukraine's air defences. The US president is hosting an event on Thursday with his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky before holding a press conference to cap the 3-day summit. Benji Haya, Washington.
US President Joe Biden has told those who think he is not fit to serve another term as president to challenge him at the Democratic Convention in August. The president is trying to address growing concerns within his party about his mental fitness for the job. Biden also sent a letter to Democratic lawmakers on Tuesday saying he firmly committed to staying in the race, faced a barrage of questions at Tuesday's briefing about multiple visits by a Parkinson's expert to the White House.
If it's not in the medical report, obviously it's not something that the president is dealing with. Well, I can tell you this. Just going back to Parkinson's for a little bit, so to give you some answers here, has the president been treated for Parkinson's? No. Is he being treated for Parkinson's? No, he's not. Is he taking medication for Parkinson's? No. So those are the things that I can give you full-blown answers on, but I'm not going to confirm a specialist, any specialist that comes to the White House.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, what happens next in France following the shock defeat over the weekend of the far right in the second round of the country's election. Tactical voting and indeed tactical candidate offerings by the left-leaning New Popular Front and President Emmanuel Macron's centrists put paid to the right streams of dominating the government. But with a hung parliament looming, what will the future governing arrangements look like in Paris? Correspondent Peter Allen is there.
So what we have now, we have nobody with an absolute majority, and instead a hung parliament, which makes it very hard for Emmanuel Macron to appoint a prime minister or indeed a government. Emmanuel Macron now has to work out who he wants as the next prime minister. The president of France can rule by decree, for example. Emmanuel Macron's been doing that for a couple of years now. He's not had a majority in the National Assembly. That's easily forgotten. He doesn't even have to appoint a prime minister, a politician as prime minister. He can appoint a technocrat or civil servant. I suspect that's what he'll probably end up doing.
It could all have been very different had the centrists and the left not come together to withdraw candidates in the second round to avoid splitting the vote. But whether they will be able to work together as effectively in the new parliament, well, that's a different matter entirely. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. Ukrainians are observing a day of mourning after a string of Russian missile attacks left 41 people dead and more than 100 injured. A children's hospital in Kiev was also badly hit, among several buildings struck in the worst wave of blasts in several months. And that's the latest world news from Feature Story News. I'm Nina Maria Potts in London.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go, final hour. Just like that, roll it into a Tuesday. Philly Dan did join us. A little late to the party, aren't you there? It is hot in the city of brotherly love. And he said, I finally saw a Donald Trump sign yesterday in Philadelphia. I guess that's very uncommon, right? Who in the world is a Trump supporter here? Look out. All right, Hillbilly Bob said, hello, great show this morning, Steve. I got to get out and unload the final stop here in Lansing, Michigan. Hello to Ed Gibbs. How we doing, Ed? Ed Gibbs' new website, My Country Back. Or is it My County? My County Back? MyCountyBack.com. Check out the design and the t-shirts. I'll check that out here briefly. Jonathan, morning, Steve, from the hot, humid Sarasota, Florida. Okay, it's the Donut Man on vacation this week, spending time with my awesome grandma, who will be turning 101 years old next month. Wow. Everybody be safe out there. All right, Kevin just joined in here a few moments ago. To be real clear, Biden is never going to leave voluntarily. He leaves either by a body bag or the 25th Amendment, and he's not going anywhere. Like I've always said, leftists do not quit or resign. They only do one thing, and that is double down. Interesting you'd use the 25th, that suggestion, because several have brought that up. Victoria Tensing this past day said they ain't going to do it. If Democrats want to replace Joe as their presidential nominee for the election in November, it will not be through the 25th Amendment. Victoria Tensing, a former Deputy Assistant Attorney General. The 25th Amendment, ratified 1967 in the wake of John F. Kennedy's assassination, that deals with presidential disability and succession. It states the vice president, in this case Kamala Harris obviously, would replace the president if they die in office or resign, or if members of the president's cabinet declare the president unable to fulfill the duties of their office. It has been raised numerous times since the debate, which amplified fears of the long-suspected cognitive decline. All right, Biden's refused to withdraw from the race, even though Republicans have capitalized politically on that performance. Tensing said if Biden does step aside, it will not be because of the 25th Amendment. It's not going to be. It's just not going to be, she said, but I commend the Republicans for using it as a political ploy. They don't usually do that. But Harris is going to have to get the majority of the cabinet to say Joe's not competent. Now, you think Harris is going to do that? She doesn't want to undo herself. And the majority of the cabinet, are you kidding? Democrats don't do that. Then they have to tell the Congress that Biden's incompetent. Then Biden gets to come back and say, oh, yes, I'm really competent. And then the cabinet has to vote again with the majority saying he's not. And then there's the kicker. It goes to both houses of Congress for a 2/3 vote. Do you think that's going to happen? It's a pretty decent explanation there. And it is, okay, Ed, he clarified, it's mycountryback.com. Thank you. We'll check that out. All right, Carolina Monkey Gouger, what do you say? Hang on, the computer's taking its own...
Hello?
There he is. What's happening?
Hey, have you had any report tonight? I think it's on Android, messing up because it's playing a replay.
On the app? No, I have not heard from any. Now, I know the screen probably says Monday, July 1. I know it says that, but we're live.
Okay, well, that's what I was looking at. It said replay from Monday to 1, but Steve, we were talking about them fireworks a while ago. Did you see when that dumbass put that damn fireworks on top of his head and killed his damn fool self?
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know what did he do, a mortar off his head or something? I'm not sure. I know that if he launched one of those big mortars like you were talking about, it probably immediately crushed his skull or crushed his neck, broke his spine.
Well, there was another one down there in Florida that jackass put this damn sparkle thing on top of his damn head, set his head on fire. And I said, hi, the mighty boy, they must have been drinking some moonshine or something to get that messed up.
Yeah.
But I got to catch up over the holiday listening to the replay. And my question is, did I see the same debate that they played on TV? Because some of the comments that were made, I thought Donald Trump tore his ass a brand new one. That was just me thinking. And, Donald, he did have a little back and forth when the mic was over, but when they come to him, he did answer a good many of the questions,
Mm-hmm.
But my favorite part of it is when he said, I was hoping you'd be a good president and I wouldn't have to come back in there. You done screwed things up. Now I got to go undo what you done. So, Steve, this is the way I look at it. Cue Ball said it probably good as anybody. Why would you vote for a bumbling idiot over a man that has a proven track record of turning this country around and running it the way it needs to be run? And, the thing about it is, the man has proved himself, Trump has proved himself, he could take this country anywhere he can run it and get it back on its feet. You know what I'm saying there?
Mm-hmm. Right.
You look, no inflation. So I was just thinking that I see a different debate than what I thought I seen.
Well, I know in
just from the comments that were made.
In some cases, when they ask specific questions, I recall the one about Vladimir Putin, the whole Russia scenario. And when they asked Trump about that, and he jumped immediately back to the immigration thing and never really answered the question about what sort of agreement he might come up with Putin.
Well, the other thing that was said during the replay, they were talking about it. He looked angry. Well, if you had just spent 30, 40, 50 million dollars on lawyers' fees on a bunch of bogus crap that they put that man through, you wouldn't feel a little bit angry?
Right. Absolutely.
I thought Trump controlled himself pretty damn good. And, and I've heard him, if you want to, debate, that's over and done with. He won it, hands down. But if you really want to listen to what that man is going to do for this country, you just follow his rallies and listen to what that man's saying. And, I mean, the Democrats are scared, slap, jammed to damn death now. Now, I've listened to a good bit of Fox today and everything in between the hurricane coverage. And one analyst says that, Jill Biden is not going to let Joe step down. That's just the way it is. It's not going to happen. They said today that, that Trump, Biden had put some kind of, he sent them a letter up there and told them what was going to happen. He wasn't stepping down. And now, over the weekend, Hakeem Jeffries and Chucky Schumer and all of them was all trying to get him out of it. Now, today, they turned around and started supporting the jackass again. So what the hell is going on?
All I can figure is somebody, whoever the puppet master is, who's actually running the country. Somebody sat these individuals down and said, we have a different plan here. Just sit down and shut up.
Well, we all know who the puppet master is.
Right.
That's obvious. It's the Big O. Did he see something over the weekend, or he set them down and told them, hey, you need to cut this out? But the other interesting thing, after I heard them people talk about, well, he's not stepping down in the afternoon, you had a different set of analysts coming from the other side, and they all saying it's going to be Kamala Harris against Trump, because, they thinking that maybe Joe Biden ain't going to make it for the next 5 months.
Yeah.
I tell you, the man, I seen this dementia and one of my grandparents, and I mean, when they got to the stage like where Joe's at, where they set them down, they put the damn food on a plate at the 10, 2, and 4 position for them to eat. They stumbling all around. You know what, Steve? I don't think that man's going to make it 5 more months. I really, really don't think he's going to make it, because Trump, did you hear the deal tonight where Trump was talking to Sean Hannity?
No, sir.
Well, he had an live interview with John Hannity over the telephone.
Okay.
And Trump was talking about he was shocked when Joe come walking out there and his complexion.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, boy, they really overdone the makeup on him. And he said, when they got into it, he said, that wasn't no makeup job. He said, this man is really, really in trouble, serious trouble. And, and this is the guy that's got the launch codes and everything. When you listen, George, did you hear the Stephanopoulos interview on ABC?
Yes, that turned out to be a disaster also.
And I couldn't believe that Stephanopoulos went after him the way he did, because he's big time Democrat. And I mean, it was just like a setup. And it was a disaster. And then some other things happened over the weekend where he was making speeches, and hell, he went totally off the wall and went to talking about a highway. And they brought that up. I mean, the guy is obviously out of it, and anybody who would vote for that baboon is an idiot. There's no way that if I was a Democrat and and see what's going on in this country, you can't afford groceries, can't afford gasoline, people are suffering, and yet there's people that want to turn around and vote for this jackass. I just can't believe it, Steve. I mean, the idiocracy that's going on in this country, it's just crazy. I mean, I'd vote for Trump no matter what. I mean, no matter what they throw at this man, he has crumbled their cake up there.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I'd be a little bit upset if I spent all that kind of money to have to defend myself. But he has said in some of his rallies that the first order of business is to get this country back on its feet before anything else. And he got 4 years to do it, and he's gonna do it. He's not really interested in taking revenge on anybody. That we got bigger fish to fry. And so, I mean, I've been following him pretty close, listening to him, and I like what the man's saying. He knows where this country needs to go, and I guarantee you that China and them will calm their ass down when he gets up there. So that's about it for tonight, Steve. You be careful. We'll talk to you tonight.
All right, good hearing from you there, Gouger. And yeah, that was actually one answer that I thought was a good answer when they asked Trump about retribution. If you're elected, are you going to go after? You're going to get retribution on all these folks. And he said, my retribution will be making the country great again, turning the country around. That'll be my retribution. I thought that was a good answer.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
It's been a few days since we've had a chance to say hello to Brother Rambler. First off, how was your Independence Day?
Oh, brother, it was all right. I didn't do much. We have the official church usher over at the Turban Ministries Church, Coda, our Siberian Husky, and she's scared to death of fireworks. So I stayed at home with her. And Mama Rambler and both the boys went to go see the fireworks display, and we ended up grilling out really on Sunday, Steve. To be honest with you, because the old lady she has to go work because of this wonderful Biden economy. Whereas when Trump was in office, I was the only single source of income, and we were doing pretty daggum good. So we ended up grilling out a little bit on Sunday there. Grilled some good old, you can look this up online, Conecuh sausage. Man, that's an Alabama staple. Some of the best sausage you'll ever eat. Put that on the grill along with some Oscar Mayer cheese-filled hot dogs and some good old hamburgers and, man, corn on the cob, all that stuff. So we had a pretty good weekend. Ended up having a slight heat stroke, though. And I get out there, just overworked myself in the yard, and then tried to change the oil in my Chevy Tahoe. Steve, I want to know, has you or any of the other callers, listeners, had this happen? Now, I've been taking my Tahoe to UJ Chevrolet. They done all the oil changes since I bought that thing in 2021. So the oil changes has done ran out on it. And I get up underneath there. I'm like, well, I'm going to just, do it myself. Save me, $120. I got up underneath there. I couldn't get that old bolt loose, man. They had to torque that thing down to over 30 PSI. Finally, I took my foot on the breaker bar, got it to break loose, and Steve, all it would do was sit there and just, it was still very tight, but it would turn. It wouldn't get any more loose, and I'm like, well, screw this. I've done had enough. I'll just take it to go get it changed and just tell them to just charge me the labor. I got the fluids and the filters and everything. So I go to tighten it up, and it wouldn't tighten up anymore. So, I mean, it's not leaking oil, but you can't loosen it up, and you can't get it any tighter. So I just kind of threw my hands up, and by that time, I done realized that I done got nauseous. I done got lightheaded, then got a headache. I said, okay, I'm not in a good position. I need to go inside now. Got up from underneath the Tahoe, disoriented, went inside, and realized, man, I done soaked an entire shirt, undershirt, shorts, even my socks, just soaked with sweat out there just doing yard work and, changing the oil. And Steve, I learned one thing. I don't like getting old. Getting old stinks. 'Cause it used to be in my younger days, I'd hydrate and get out there and work all day. But not no more. Now, not when you start getting older and old age creeps up to you. But we had enough time. We drove out to where we're going to be having the baptismal service, and I don't know if you saw the video or not. Recorded a little old video out there trying to promote where we're going to be having it at. And, man, we got a lot of positive feedback on that. So we're looking forward to having our first ever Determined Ministries Church baptismal service out there at 10501 Presley's Outing Road right there in Moss Point. Man, if you can come on out. We're going to just have some live music. Your good old gospel music going to be playing, and we're going to be dunking dry centers and letting them coming up fully redeemed. Well, Steve, I see it's you want to just hold me over and you take the break?
We're about a minute away, so yep, we can do that. And I'm assuming ultimately, probably it sounds like the oil pan is probably stripped out in some form or fashion. That's the problem when you get those oil drain plugs put back in too tight. Yeah, strips out the pan. How about the happy ending story? A brilliant German Shepherd made his own luck when he notified police he was stuck in a hot car by repeatedly honking the horn. This is a smart dog. Indianapolis Metro Police responding to a call of a dog left in a hot car. Officers and bystanders knew the dog was trapped and uncomfortable because he was constantly honking the horn. How he knew to do that, I don't know. Officers said the vehicle was in 90-degree heat, no air conditioning, windows barely cracked. Alongside the brave dog were 2 cats and another canine. The other dog, unfortunately, died before officers could get the vehicle open. The other 3 animals are now safe. One of the officers then opted to adopt the German Shepherd after saving him. He named her Abby.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Marepotz with the latest world news. Ukrainians are observing a day of mourning after a string of Russian missile attacks left 41 people dead and more than 100 injured. A children's hospital in Kiev was hit, among several buildings struck in the worst wave of blasts in several months. The Kremlin has denied targeting the hospital. Megumi Lim, our correspondent on the ground in Kiev, has more.
Search and rescue work at the Okhmatdyt Children's Hospital in Kiev began in the late morning hours on Monday and continued into the night and will continue today. This is Ukraine's largest children's hospital known for treating cancer patients, and authorities believe there may still be people trapped under the rubble. Officials here say more than 100 children were evacuated from the medical center because power, oxygen, and water supplies were lost in the aftermath of the strike, and many sections of the hospital were also badly damaged. At least 2 people were killed and 16 people injured, including 7 children at this hospital. People are now trying to raise funds to repair the damages and to make sure these sick children can receive the care they need. Megumi Lim in Kyiv.
NATO allies are pledging continued support for Ukraine to the tune of tens of billions of dollars as leaders gather in Washington, D.C. for meetings. They're also expanding cooperation with Australia, Japan, New Zealand and South Korea, Benji Haya reports.
The expanded 32-nation defence pact is vowing to pour more weapons into Ukraine for another year, yet the big prize, membership, is off the table for now. Instead, senior Biden administration officials say NATO will make other significant announcements, including, quote, new steps to bolster Ukraine's air defences. The US president is hosting an event on Thursday with his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky before holding a press conference to cap the 3-day summit.
US President Joe Biden has told those who think he is not fit to serve another term as president to challenge him at the Democratic Convention in August. The president is trying to address growing concerns within his party about his mental fitness for the job. Biden also sent a letter to Democratic lawmakers on Tuesday saying he firmly committed to staying in the race, faced a barrage of questions at Tuesday's briefing about multiple visits by a Parkinson's expert to the White House.
It's not something that the president is dealing with. Well, I can tell you this. Just going back to Parkinson's for a little bit, so to give you some answers here. Has the president been treated for Parkinson's? No. Is he being treated for Parkinson's? No, he's not. Is he taking medication for Parkinson's? No. So those are the things that I can give you full-blown answers on, but I'm not going to confirm a specialist, any specialist that comes to the White House.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands-off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you so much. Good to have you on board as we round the third, heading toward home here on a Tuesday morning. All right, we'll pick back up there where we left off. And we'll get back to Brother Rambler if the computer decides to do its thing. There he is.
There we go. There we go. All right. Yeah, I was like, okay, I hear it fishing to click over, but it ain't clicking.
It's waiting.
So, yeah, Yeah, I didn't catch what you said about the oil pan. I hope it ain't stripped out, but thank God I work for a major auto parts dealer that I get a heck of a discount in case it is. So, we'll get it done one way or the other.
I mean, based on the fact that you can't get it to come all the way out and it doesn't want to tighten up, it's, you'd be lucky if the threads on the actual bolt were stripped rather than the pan itself. But
well, I'll take it somewhere, get it changed, take it to Pet Boys, or just let them do it and let them say, hey, here's what you need. I'm like, well, I already got it. Here, y'all go ahead and put it on.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't charge me an arm and a leg for it. Steve, how long has it been since we've been having the Limeys do our news for us? It's been almost what a month now. We've been having the English, the Limeys do our news now.
Right.
When did that take place? I mean, I know it's been about a month.
It's been, I guess, it's probably been 3 weeks, 4 weeks, something like that.
Yeah. So who made the decision to get away from good old red, white, and blue Americans to have a bunch of Limeys do our news? Who made that decision?
Don't know what happened to USA Radio News. They stopped downloading, and I'm not sure what happened there. There's not many options available. I mean, we can't use something like ABC News. I wouldn't want to use them anyway, but. Yeah, so this is just. This is I guess the only thing we could afford that they could afford to get. So.
Hey, you know what? You ever wondered? Here's some useless information. You ever wondered where that term? I don't know if it's a derogatory term for Brits. The word limey comes from. Here's some useless information. Stuff that floats around in my brain for no ungodly reason. The reason why the Brits are called Limeys is scurvy is a vitamin deficiency of vitamin C, and that's how you get scurvy. So the British immigrants that were coming to here and other places, they were just ate up with it. I mean, ate up with scurvy bad. So they discovered, I forget the physician was, that scurvy is a vitamin C deficiency disorder. And they had an abundance of lime. They started mixing lime juice in with the water and having the British immigrants start drinking it to get rid of the scurvy. Thus came the name Limey. So that's where it comes from. So a little bit of useless information for Brother Rambler right here on the Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive. But I got some useful information for you, and that is, who do you serve? I serve Jesus Christ. And we have a church that is ready and willing to accept you as you are, come as you are, leave changed, Steve. And we had a great service this past Sunday. And if you could tolerate my singing, I mean, look, Coda does. And she's our Siberian Husky. She don't sit there and howl and moan. So if you could tolerate my singing, and until God gives us another song leader, come on out there and visit us. We would love to have you. And all you got to do is just log in 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, and we're right there. And I always open up with Tyler Childers and The Way of the Triune God. That's just really a catchy tune, Steve. And Facebook hadn't flagged me yet for using it, so I don't know if it's in the public domain or not. But it's a catchy tune. And if you're going to listen to it, listen to the Jubilee version of Way of the Triune God. And that's what we open up with. And Steve, was just a great time, great atmosphere. We just love serving the Lord. And, out of everyone that's ever, done me wrong, stabbed me in the back, left me for dead, whatever, Jesus Christ never has, and he never will. And if he could do that for me, he can do that for you. And you're more than welcome to come on, check us out. We don't care what color you are. We don't care how big you are. Come on in. We don't care what your sexual orientation is, too. You come on in, log in, and you're right at home with us. But, Steve, before I get off here, I got to tell you about this other website that I found and I checked out. And, Steve, you may just like it. This website, and you can go on your Safari if you got an iPhone, or you can go on Google, just whatever you want to use as your search engine. Type in overnightdrive.com. Just type in overnightdrive.com. Man, this site, God's Children, has a lot of great deals. And guess what? It supports Steve Summers and the show. So if you want to be, brand tag, and you want to support the show by showing off, say you want a T-shirt, man, they got it. And Steve, I'm going to tell you, and I've said this every single time I come on. And Dennis, thank you for the comment. I read it the other day. People say, well, why do you support the website? Why do you support Steve? So, well, you know what? Mandy could email me and say, you know what? You don't need to be talking about your church on Steve Summers. You need to pay for advertising. And she could be right. And I think it's wonderful that Steve allows me to come on this show and talk about the Turban Ministries Church, and let's try and get folks saved, because, listen, Jesus Christ is coming back, and it'll be in the twinkling and the blinking of an eye at the last trump of God, according to what 1 Corinthians 15:52 says. But I talk about the website because, number one, it is a good website. But number two, I want to promote it because this show promotes a lot of great things. Not only truckers news, you got Brain Dead and a couple others call up about sports. You got the entertainment from the Monkey Gouger, who just hung up with us a while ago. And, you need the show to be supported. Determined Ministries Church gets supported when you come on and you attend our service. Now, we ain't got we got T-shirts, but I'm not going to hawk them on your show, because I want people to come to your website and get your T-shirt. And I'm going to tell you, your T-shirt, Steve, $14.95 for an Overnight Drive T-shirt. And on the front, it's got the Steve Summers logo. On the back, it's got Hot Shot Secrets. So you get a T-shirt with logos on front and back for $14.95. And Steve, I'm going to tell you, brother, right now, you go to any other site and you try and order a T-shirt, you get one logo, and you pay $30 plus shipping and handling. And that's the gospel truth, God's children. Also, look, man, I'm out here. It is right now, Steve, I kid you not, it's 81 degrees in Amet, Louisiana. That's where I'm at. You're going to need something to put a cool drink in that'll keep the ice cold. Now, Steve, you have one of your cups, right? Does it keep the ice cold?
Absolutely.
All right. You see, you put your little bit of sweet tea, put your little bit of Mountain Dew, or, water, whatever, Propel. Don't put no alcoholic beverage in it,
Hey, Rambler,
I
can wrap up my show this morning. I can wrap up my show this morning with ice in the cup, and I can come back and sit down to do my show prep at 10 o'clock tonight, and I've still got ice in the cup.
Yeah, see? Now,
no joke.
Is a heck of a deal.
Yeah.
It is. It's a heck of a deal. Yeah, so see, you're driving down the road, you got your T-shirt on, now you got your Steve Summers travel mug that'll keep everything cold. Now you need the best thing, and this is on a budget. This is if the Biden economy has really just hauled off and kicked you right square in the groin. You got to get those stickers, Steve. 50 cents. As Gilligan likes to pick on me, 50 cents. And, man, you can order 20 of them, put them on your trailer, put them on your company's trailer, go let other drivers go up and down the road with them on, put them on your truck. Best advertisement you can. And that's what we want to do. We want to get the show out there, because this show, Steve, is worth getting out there. Well, that's all my hot air I got for right now. I appreciate the prayers, and everyone out there, know that I love you. I'm praying for you. I finally got some more printer ink, so I'm going to update the prayer list. I try and write everything down. We get so many prayer requests, and if I don't call your name on Sunday, please don't get offended. It's just I'm pushing 50. My mind don't work like it used to, and I definitely found out my body don't work like it used to also. But praise God, I'm still out there doing it, and know this, God's children, that I love you and I pray for you. And love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do, it's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and do not forget to check out overnightdrive.com, get your swag, and please, please, please come visit us at Determined Ministries Church. We go live at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. We love you. God bless you. We'll talk to you later, Steve. Good
All
night.
right, Brother Rambler, have a good morning. And, yeah, don't forget, it's Overnight Drive Radio. He likes to forget the radio part. OvernightDriveRadio.com. Well, it's been a while. Seems like it's been a coon's day. Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers.
Where in the wide world of sports have you been?
I'm still out here every night, Steve. Just about 8 inches from the steering wheel and 8 inches from the left door. But I've got an awesome guide, buddy, because he sent me down to Austin down there yesterday, and that hurricane went right on up through Houston. So all I saw was sunshine. So I've got an awesome guide there, right? I'm driving in the rain back to Memphis tonight. So, but the wind hadn't been too bad, and the rain ain't been too bad either. So, well, 4th of July, I was over there at my daughter and son-in-law's house, and one of their friends walked in, had a whole case of Tito's vodka. Well, I've hauled a boatload of that stuff, see, and that's what I've told them. And then that's where they sent me yesterday afternoon to pick another load of it up. And, as long as we don't break no bottles, we're doing all right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yep. I ain't got no bologna tonight. Matter of fact, maybe they've told me to quit eating that stuff. So I don't know. I might have to lighten up a little bit. Yeah. Well, you know, everybody talking about getting it. Rambler's talking about getting old there. I'm already old. I'm probably older than he is. So, anyway, I just keep right on chugging along. That's all you can do there, right?
Yes, sir.
Yep. He might want to try one of them oversized plugs from O'Reilly's there. Just go in there and tell him want one of them oversized oil plugs there. But if he stripped that oil pan out, that's going to be about $1,500 on that thing.
Really?
Anyway. Yeah. Well, the mechanics don't work for cheap no more, Steve.
I know that. Now, is there not a way for them? Is there not a way for them to to rethread a pan, like you said, with a larger size or something, or no?
Oh yeah, you get an oversized plug. Just put it in there. If it just keeps spinning around and around, I'd try an oversized plug before I went and replaced that oil pan there. So, they'll just you can rethread it with that oversized plug. So, But if it falls out going down the road, he said it was spinning around, right?
He did. Yes, it won't now. You can't get it. He can't get it to come all the way out, which is unusual. But and then when he's tightening it up, it continues to spin.
Yeah, well, if it falls out going down the road, you might as well forget it because y'all going to go out.
You're in a world of hurt then. Yeah.
Yeah, and I do agree with Brain Dead there that. You know, the Memphis Police Department, I mean, they've had their share of troubles up there, but they have to ride around now for blue lights on the outside there. They're lit up blue solid just on the outside. So, I mean, you ain't going to catch nobody speeding that way. If you see the blue lights, you know to slow down before you ever even get to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and he mentioned that Haley girl. What was her name?
Haley, is that Haley Hoktua?
Oh, no, I thought he was talking about the Haley Hoktua girl. He was talking about that NASCAR girl.
Right. Oh, boy.
Yeah. Tennessee said she don't care, and that's before that girl said Tennessee ain't never spit on nobody. So. I said, you're a liar, girls. Anyway, I better shut my mouth up. I'm going to get in trouble with that.
Yeah, you are.
All right, I'll get back quiet. See.
All right, have a good morning. That's but you better watch yourself. Tennessee catches them replays sometimes, you know. And we'll return right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Let's see. I think Gilligan had a follow-up this morning, I believe. Do the double click on the mouse. Pause.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's me, Steve. Thanks for having me back. Man, I tell you what, I don't know what I'm going to do with this bunch. We was setting off some of them homemade fireworks, and I don't know how this happened, but they was barn caught on fire. I don't know whether Rambler misdirected one of the mortars or what, but he was out there helping set them off. He was about the only sober one there. Now, the bomb squad showed up. I think he was smoking a little bit of that devil's lettuce, as he referred to, and did their village people impersonation. Of course, you know that's Heat Wave and Brain Dead along with Rambler and Pappy. Well, they didn't do too awful horrible a job. Actually, I think they was lip singing is what it was. If Sex Maniac showed up with his Elvis impersonation, it was not so good, but it wasn't so bad. The Brain Dead is right about Darren Dingbatch. She was the only one that come to audition for Trailer Park Swift. And that girl can't carry a tune in a 5-gallon bucket. I tell you, I don't know what we're going to do, Steve. Just don't know. Have you heard from the right wing nut? Have you heard from him lately?
We did speak to him Monday morning, yeah.
Well, we're missing about 3 cases of that chocolate-covered cicadas. I think he did a 5-finger discount on us as he left. So I don't know about him. You know, he's something else. Talking about them cigars, man. you know what he smokes? He smokes White Owls, and he calls them quality cigars.
Oh, boy.
Them old White Owls, you used to get at the carnivals, and thinks they're great cigars. I mean, don't worry about transportation to and from the Labor Day celebration. We've got that covered. I'll bring the bus out for an incredible low price of $19.95. You can get a one-way ticket, but wait, there's more. For an incredible low price of $49.95, I will take you to and from the party. Yep, that's right, folks. That's an over $10 value. Well, I must sign off with that, Steve, and I hope everybody has a safe night. Take care.
All right, Gilligan, have a good morning. Very limited time left. Let me see. I think that was, is that Vic looking to say hello this Tuesday morning? Hello, Vic.
Yeah, pretty much, Steve. You didn't happen to get a screwy-looking email from me, did you, about a company called Agristat? And there was an attachment there to another person at Great Lakes Trading Company. If you didn't get it, well, that's good, because I couldn't remember that, and I had to go back into my archives, and I think where I sent you an email over a year ago about it. And I was trying to send Pat, that was the other person I was trying to send it to. I was trying to send it to him because he couldn't remember it either. But it was a commodity advisory company that got started, wound up being bought out by Eli Lilly and stuff. But really, what I was calling about, I caught talking about the violence in Eagle, talked about the violence in Chicago, which was kind of odd that they also had the race up there. But we also have a problem. There's a high dollar neighborhood that Mike Pence lives in here, north of Indianapolis in Carmel. Forrest Lucas, I guess he's still around. I don't know. He wasn't the best of health last I heard. But and a lot of the Colts players are up there and everything. But they have a house up there. They can't seem to find the owner. It's supposed to be a $1.3 million house, and they throw parties every weekend. And that's been going on for over a year. And they have a lot of violence associated with it. Some people that have bought in there and paid big money, they're kind of upset about it. And there are several other neighborhoods across the country. And here about a year ago, we had a gang out. I think they were out of Colombia or somewhere. Anyway, they were foreigners out of South America, and they were coming up here and basically breaking into houses. And they went to where the money was. So whenever you think about the violence in the neighborhood and everything, don't think it's just low-level neighborhoods or things of that nature.
It could be the swanky ones as well. All right, hey, Vic, good to hear from you. We have to close it out there, though. We are flat out of time. Have a great Tuesday. We'll see you back at the midnight hour, and I don't know, what day will it be? Mike. Hope to see you then.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. above. 'Cause everything looks better from above. But nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.